All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, hola. Well, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to today's gathering. My name is Amalia Chamorro. I am the Director of Education Policy for UnidosUS, which is a Latino civil rights organization. And it's just a privilege after 2 years of the pandemic or more to be able to gather in person in community with you all. And so again, I just want to welcome everybody, whether you're joining us here in the room or virtually, thanks to technology, we're able to live stream this event. And we have a half day of content to not only share with you, but also engage with you all and to reflect with us on this very important topic on the future of assessment and accountability. It is my pleasure to have worked alongside the National Urban League for the past year. Our teams have come together to be able to set the table and invite partners and stakeholders in the education field to work with us as we look to unpack the meaning of assessments and accountability from the constituents' perspective. It was really important for us from the beginning to make sure that we heard from community voices, because often in policy, these are the voices that are often left out of those national conversations that impact their everyday lives. And so we heard from parents, from students, and educators about what their experiences were like in experiencing assessments and what accountability looked like for them in their school communities. We will also be sharing on the National Urban League website, and we'll also upload to the UnidosUS website the materials that we will be sharing today, including a recording of today's events. And so just to share with you a little bit more about how this project came to be, about a year ago, we engaged in a partnership and really on this journey together to reimagine how best to measure and support student learning and development. Because as we know from the pandemic, our communities have had disproportionate impact, not only in their learning, but in their everyday lives that really affect their learning conditions. And we have seen the widening of opportunity gaps during that time. And academic recovery is going to be top of mind and a priority for all of us. Many of you who are joining us today have been part of this integral process with us to make sure that we engage with you all and that we really include the voices of everyone. And so we thank you for your time and partnership in this effort. And as advocates, again, it is our responsibility to lift up the voices and make sure that we are inclusive and that we are setting the table for everyone to share their perspectives. As you can see from the title of today's gathering, it is about broadening perspectives and stopping to listen, learn, and reflect and share. So you will be hearing today more about the focus groups and interviews that we conducted and that we held as part of this project. And again, I look forward to engaging with all of you. Please do come up to me as we have breaks and also during the reception. And now I would like to turn it over to Hal Smith, Senior Vice President for Education, Youth Development, and Health with National Urban League, to share some additional reflections with you.
Thank you, Amalia, and colleagues, thank you for joining today, those who are in the room and those who are on live stream. I want to also thank many of you who participated in this process, certainly our funders and other partners who helped make this possible. Quite literally, without you, this would not have happened. But I want to also provide a little bit more context as to why we did this and why we thought it was important now. For us, this was a but-for project. But for this project, would we have heard from these people? Honestly, in many cases, no. I think we as advocates have to own that it is not always possible to speak with everyone. But we tried to be as intentional as possible to bring on people who are important to this conversation, but who often are not consulted when we start talking about technical things like assessment and accountability. We wanted to broaden the conversation, to widen the aperture so that we had people understanding that accountability wasn't just something that the federal government and state departments of education were responsible for, but something all members of the community are responsible for. Those of you who've heard me speak have heard me say this a million times. Schools don't have communities, communities have schools. So if you start from that, then all of us are implicated in the success of young people, of children. And so accountability doesn't just mean punishing our way to something. It means people taking responsibility for better outcomes for children and young people. And that's where we wanted to start. Secondly, we wanted to disconnect this conversation completely from any conversation about reauthorization. Those of us who do that every day know that the reauthorization conversation is soon to come. Regardless of what we think is going to be in there and what kinds of things we'll fight over, that'll be phase two. We did not want any conversation, any feedback, any questions to be bound by what we thought was politically feasible or possible. What needs to happen was our guide. What kinds of questions do you have? Remove ourselves from any kind of conversation that was limiting, and limiting in a very specific way. We wanted to do what Wade Henderson, the great Wade Henderson, has talked about for years, and that is minimizing artificial distance, right? That we have things that we're bringing to the conversation, our organizational priorities, our own personal circumstance, but if we can minimize those and focus on what's most important, we'll be in a much better position. Thirdly, we did not speak with everyone, so we certainly did not hear from everyone. This is not meant to be exhaustive. This is a point in time with a very specific group of people. We made a decision very, very early on that we were going to ask people to speak to those that they thought the nation should hear from. Not just their own constituents and stakeholders, but there was someone who was top of mind when this question came up. We'd like you to talk with them. We aren't limiting in any way who you should speak with in a focus group, who you should interview, who you should include. We wanted to hear from as many different kinds of stakeholders as possible, and we think we did a very good job in getting a wide range of voices in. For those that did join us on the project, we thank you for that, but one thing we promised was anonymity. We will not reveal who spoke with us. They are free to do so and should if they feel that they want to, but we will never reveal who we spoke with. We'll say educator, school board member, young person, but we are not into identifiers, and we did not want this to be in any way a gotcha moment. This was not the purpose, to find someone a year from now and said, in that focus group you said you were open to. No, we're not doing that. We knew we were not going to get final answers. We're asking people to work their way through this. So we focused on get better and better questions. How do we get people to think about this differently? What kinds of things are appropriate guardrails? What are the right indicators? All of these questions are critical to us, and we want to understand not only areas of agreement, but the real contours of the disagreement and where there are open questions. Open questions, better and better questions were our drivers. Importantly, unlike many of the things that we do, and unlike what we will be doing in phase two, we did not ask anyone to sign on to anything. This is simply a listening, an examination of what we heard. You'll hear our researchers, you'll hear our steering committee talk about what they heard and the questions that rose for them, but this is not about we're asking everyone to sign on to our principles. That's coming. That's not today. Lastly, we see this as the marker for our phase of the work, this phase of the work, the initial phase. Phase one ends September 13th, 2022. Tomorrow morning when we wake up, we move to the next phase. And we're going to rely on many of you not only to hold us accountable, but to be in that process yourselves, to bring your organizations, to bring your thinking, to bring your constituents to bear as we shape the future of assessment and accountability. I now have the privilege of handing this off to Dax Devlin Ross. Dax will serve as our moderator for today, but is also one of our key informants and key partners in this project. He is a principal at the social impact consultancies, Dax Dev and Third Settlements, both of which focus on designing disruptive strategies to generate equity in workplaces and education spaces alike. So with that, Dax Devlin Ross.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh boy. Thank you. I don't know if I need the clicker yet, but whatever. So I'm gonna just do a quick couple of opening remarks. It's great to see all of you all. This is my first time in this space since right before the pandemic. I was here in November 2019, so coming back in here yesterday was really like, it was a moment. I wanted to start by thanking Hal and Amalia just for caring about and guiding us through this work. I want to send some special thank yous as well to some people who probably will not ask for it and will not let themselves be seen, but nevertheless need to be acknowledged. That is, these are the folks who have been working behind the scenes, guiding us, supporting us. That's Adenike Huggins, Roxana Garza, Nina Riley, who I don't think is here, Simone Jones-Tyner, and Horatio Blackman. These are folks who just have been tirelessly working behind the scenes, and you need to know they don't ask for credit. They don't ask for credit, but they deserve credit. I want to thank you all, just the presenters and the panelists who are going to be here and giving them their time. I thank you in advance for being here. Really appreciate the wisdom and the insight that you're going to be offering us today. Those of you who are here in person and all of those who are joining us via live stream, thank you. I mean, just we're going to be, especially for the folks who are here via live stream, want to make sure you know that we're intentional about including you in this experience. So while there, of course, is a predisposition to focus on who's in the room, and we will give you attention, we also want to make sure folks who are on the live stream, if you have questions, we're tracking those, we're collecting those, and they'll be filtering into the Q&A sections that are to follow. So that's just really important. I want to acknowledge the land that we're on right now. I want to acknowledge the land. You know, I think it's important that we recognize that we're inhabiting, ancient territory, the Lenape people, and just to recognize that those folks are still amongst us, and that their stories are not forgotten, and that the land that we are privileged to occupy is as the result, to some extent, of harms that have been done and not fully been addressed and resolved. So I just wanted to put that out there. I just want to acknowledge that there's a lot of privilege in this room, that we could be here, that we could get on planes, get on trains, and stay in a hotel and do all these things. And that's important to acknowledge as we kind of start this conversation, because Hal has already acknowledged and noted that there are people who are not in this space with us, but we want to make sure their voices are called into this space, their experiences, and you're going to hear a lot from them today. I just want to offer that today is really personal for me. I began my, albeit very brief teaching career in East New York. I later taught in the Lower East Side, Upper West Side. I coached basketball teams. I ran after-school programs in all the boroughs. So I feel a sense of responsibility to bring my past selves and all the young folks that I had a chance to interact with all of those years into this space and into this work. I'm also a parent of two very small children, one of whom started pre-K3 last week. And just the experience of watching her go into the school building was both exciting, but just unnerving. It's unnerving. You know what it feels like for those of you who are parents, just to I got to walk away now and just trust and believe that things are going to be all right in this space. And so part of the work we're doing personally is about my children too. A couple things I want to just wrap up with. So my hope is that really that you all find what's personal in this conversation for you today. What's at stake for you in this conversation today? And you bring it into the energy in this room and make sure that the energy in this room feels that you're bringing that. So usually when I open up a space like this or start a session, I spend some time with what we call ways of being or community agreements. I think that's really important because we all come from different lived experiences. And if we don't get clear about a couple of things, we can get lost. It may be the case that somebody says something that might trigger me or might feel like it's not in alignment with my values and beliefs. And if we haven't established some things that we're going to have in common and hold in common, that can get in the way of us doing the work that we need to do. And in lieu of really going through all the ways of being that I would typically go through with the group, I just want to offer 3 for us that we can maybe hold for today. The first of it is let's just be present. Let's just be present. I know we got things happening, emails coming through, texts coming through, things in our mind, but we are just asking you to be here for this half of a day and be emotionally, intellectually, and physically present to the extent that you can. So that's the first ask. Let's be curious together, right? Because If there's something that's presented, as I already said, that maybe is counter to how we understand the world, or maybe just reaffirms what we already know, if we find ourselves rushing to judgment, let's just pause and be curious about that. Ask the question. Ask the question on the mic. Ask the question of your neighbors. Ask the question of yourself. But just be in that curious state. And then thirdly and finally, I just want to reiterate what Hal's already indicated. Let's accept that this is an ongoing process. Accept that this is ongoing work. This isn't about solving or fixing today. It's about sifting and sorting and exchanging. So what we're presenting, and I'm part of the presentation team as well, doing double duty, is a work in progress. It is a work in progress. It's a point in time, as already been stated. So just be generous in that regard. Be kind and be sort of gentle and understanding that we have done the best that we can do to make sure that you all have some really thorough data to react to and to be in conversation with us about. So with that, we're going to get started. We have a full agenda, so you already know. And we have an amazing production team that's going to make sure we are guiding ourselves through this at a steady clip, but also at the same time making sure that there's opportunities for pausing, for discussion, and for reflection. So we're not going to just rush through things, but we are going to move through things. We do have a formal break at or about 2:40, so just get yourself ready for that. I know on your agenda it doesn't say what time the break is. I'm telling you right now, it's at 2:40. At which point we will get you 20 minutes, and then we're going to get back in here, and then we're going to get back to work, because we are here to work. Because we have the privilege of being here, we're going to work when we're here, all right? And if in the meantime, whatever you need to take care of, whatever needs you have, you know where the restrooms are, you know where everything else is, take care of yourself. And with that, we're going to open with a brief video. And this video, it's the first of a series that will be available online in the coming days and coming weeks. But it's a video that starts to capture some of the voices and some of the sentiments that were gathered in the research process. So sit back, relax. You'll hear from me many more times today. But again, thank you for being here.
For the last 20 years, academic achievement gaps and learning opportunities have remained stagnant for Black and Brown students. While there are many contributing factors, we'd like to share two key findings from K-12 and college admissions about the validity and reliability of standardized tests, with commentary from those most impacted, including students, educators, and education advocates.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me okay? We're here to talk about the future of education focusing on standardized testing, share important research findings, and hear your thoughts as the people whose experience is shaped by this topic. I want to lead with this question. If the K-12 system were to move away from standardized testing, in your view, what would be gained, what would be lost?
I think what would be gained is it would allow us to see the student as an individual, not just a test score, which personally I really love. However, what would be lost is that consistency and easy way to complete admissions. But also, how do we prepare academic units to be able to teach these students and move them successfully through the pipeline?
That's a really great question, and something for us all to think about.
I think those of us, the states that have mature assessment systems, my primary worry is losing it. I don't want to lose that scale. I don't want to lose all of that knowledge that's built into the system now.
Knowledge and scale would be big things to lose. Does anyone have anything to add to that?
Bobby Kennedy said back in 1965 that we needed to have an annual assessment as part of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And he said that we need to have an annual assessment because if we don't, these racist superintendents are going to keep on doing what they do, which is deny Black children education. The assessment does provide a level of transparency. I think there's a scenario in which it gets utilized to do good things.
I think the norm reference scale center white dominant culture by design. We haven't talked about that too much. I really wanted the field to push away from comparing Jill and Johnny and push more towards comparing learning to proficiency level descriptors. Like if you're level 1, look at level 2.
These are all important points. Thank you. So, there is evidence to support claims that standardized test scores are impacted by students' life experiences and their knowledge of test-taking techniques.
I'm reminded of when we're giving statewide standardized tests when you talk about equity, and test validity and reliability. But we would have questions that would reference certain things, like going to the lake, or going to a park, or having a particular experience. What our teachers would report back to us was, our students have never done that, or haven't been exposed to that. It was very difficult for them to read that story, or to respond to that particular question.
Some of our brightest students are really bright and can get everyday application of education. But when you sit down for 2 to 3 hours, 4 hours, sometimes they're taking multiple sections of the test throughout an 8-hour day. What we tell them is that your intellect boils down to whether you're a good test taker, right?
That brings us to our second research finding. Students' anxiety impacts their test scores, and students often report test anxiety before their exams. There's a racial and gender component to this as well. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
It's not really the only means to grade someone because someone with stage fright, that might be really hard for the person in a test situation. The person may have the knowledge or really understand what was taught, but just because of that frightened tension, it might be difficult.
Right on. What you think matters, and you matter. What you just shared will help us better shape your future.
I feel like the standardized testing has its place, but I feel like there's too much placed on that alone. It needs to be a culmination of multiple things, not just one test. And then on top of that, there needs to be, I feel like the people who are on the team to put forth the test again, all those who put it together and need to have some kind of background, feel like sometimes it comes from one side at one place. And you can tell because the answers are so rigid. And that's not how life really works, right? None of us live in a rigid world where everything is the same. So, I just think that the experience as a whole needs to be more real world.
Wow, this has been a riveting discussion. As we reimagine how the future of standardized testing looks, I know it will be shaped by your voices and the data that emerges as we continue to look closer at this very important topic. So thank you all for being here. The conversation continues.
Paving the road toward an equitable education for all is happening now as civil rights leaders, educators, families, students, and policymakers call for change by realizing that the change should happen with us, not to us.
That was my first time seeing the video as well. It was really good. It was amazing. Congratulations on just getting that one together. And I know there's more to come, so we have more of those some more illuminating videos that kind of help tell the story. But in the meantime, we have some research findings to share with you today. Before we jump into that, I want to just reiterate a couple of the call to action bullet points that were already sort of stated, but I think can nevertheless be restated. We recognize that there's an assessment regime right now that is not adequately meeting the needs of historically marginalized students, particularly Black and brown young folks. So that's just a thing that is a call to action that we want to bring into the room and make sure that that's very clear about how the research was grounded in and of itself. Recognizing further that the accountability systems that we currently have in place, they're not leading to the improvements that folks hope to see, believe we are entitled to see, and that obviously young folks, we want to make young folks are seeing and experiencing. And third, there's a conversation happening, and a lot of us aren't in it, you know, but there's a conversation happening that is specifically taking place in the education sector for those who might be involved in the formal education space. So there's a real need to ensure that this civil rights community, the education equity folks, are informing that conversation, which is why NUL and UNIDOS came together to bring their voices and amplify their voices in this space. So there's some commitments that have been outstanding, that were already outlined in the concept paper that sort of formed, brought ourselves together, brought our team together, brought the Insight team. You're going to be meeting those in a moment. There was just a recognition that there's a commitment to ensure that there's a representation, that it's going to be broad. There's a commitment to promoting a real disaggregation of data, and you'll hear us talk a bit about this more later on in our conversations. Bringing some more coherence and alignment. You'll hear us talk about emerging areas of agreement today. That emerging word is very critical. The idea that we're trying to find places where we have agreement ground is really critical to what we've done in our research. And then just recognizing there's some innovations that either have not been fully heard or not been fully given a space to be developed. And we want to make sure that this is a space and this is a community that's making sure those are being uplifted. And finally, there are some disagreements. And as we get deeper, we're going to find out where some of those live. And actually, I wouldn't necessarily characterize those as disagreements necessarily that came up in the video, but you saw different points of view. And we want to make sure that those don't get just washed over as we try to move towards the thing that we want to build in the future. So those are a little bit of the call to action pieces that are going to frame what's going to happen next. And then what we want to just offer is just that there's some actions that have already happened. So in 2021, there have been some convenings that have taken place with officials in the Department of Education and at the White House. So that's happened. And so part of the getting the folks in the room, that took place, but then there was a need and has a need that's been taking place over the spring and summer of this year in getting additional voices in the room. So initially you're gonna hear from Westat Insight, and then you're gonna be hearing from DACSTEV, my team. We're gonna be presenting a little bit of our data. You're gonna be hearing data that's both really abroad across all the focus groups that are inclusive of young people, educators, practitioners, experts. And then you're gonna hear a bit more from us that have been, it's what's been bubbling up from our sort of closed door sense-making sessions that we've been holding with some key leaders in the civil rights space, folks who represent a number of organizations. So with that, we're gonna get it going. So I wanna invite to the stage Dr. Jennifer Edwards, who's a senior fellow at Westat Insight. And I wanna invite to the stage Dr. Tia Fletcher, who is a researcher at Westat Insight. So I'm gonna give it to the two of you to take it away.
Clicker. I'll need that. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much in advance for your kindness as we work through this considerable amount of research, considerable amount of findings we have to talk to you about today. So as Doc said, I'm Jennifer Edwards, and with me is Tia Fletcher. Online, though probably not able to participate, is Albert Liu, who is our Director of Education at what was formerly called Insight Policy Research. We had a big change this summer. We were acquired by Westat and have joined forces, and so that's why you see that language of Westat Insight now. All right, so thank you all for having us. Thank you, National Urban League and UNIDOS, for giving us the opportunity to participate in this really important effort. As you've heard, we're going to be presenting to you the findings from the analysis of stakeholder interviews and focus groups that have occurred between May and July of this year. So as you know, National Urban League, UNIDOS, and about 15 partner organizations set out to better understand the diverse perspectives of stakeholders as they consider the future of assessments and try to ensure our education system meets the needs of all students. These organizations overall talked to over 260 participants from around the country. 20 one-on-one interviews were conducted and 42 focus groups of anywhere from 2 to 12 people were conducted. Now, in these sessions, questions with participants varied, depending on the stakeholder group being interviewed and the organization conducting the interview. And this is really important. As you can imagine, the questions for students necessarily are different in focus and depth than, say, researchers and psychometricians. But in general, the topics shown here were addressed in one form or another. In particular, participants were asked to reflect on how assessments, and in particular statewide or summative standardized testing, are used and what impacts they have. They were asked to reflect on their ideal use of assessments or their vision for how student knowledge and progress should be measured. And they were asked to reflect on how the education system overall is meeting student needs and where we should focus in terms of accountability efforts. What needs to be the focus? Where should that focus land? To analyze the transcripts of over 60 hours of discussions at over 1,000 pages, our team developed a coding scheme derived from the interview protocols, so from the questions themselves. After coding and analyzing a subset of transcripts, identifying some preliminary themes, revisions are made to enable the analysis, the coding and analysis of all of the transcripts. So what you're going to see presented here today are themes that emerge from this analysis. And so here a theme is defined very simply as a perspective or viewpoint that was shared by at least 3 different participants within a stakeholder community. If it was seen in 3 different stakeholder groups, we categorized it as a reoccurring theme. And that's our focus today. The final report will dive more into unique perspectives for the particular communities and also areas of emerging difference. But for the sake of time, we wanted to highlight what those reoccurring themes were. So we've organized these themes into buckets. So into the assessment bucket or the accountability bucket, problems and solutions. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of overlap there. So you might find you have a disagreement with where we placed it. No harm. There were probably a few different ways they could have been captured and characterized. But a couple of important notes before we start diving in. So first is this idea of consensus or disagreement. And this is, I think, the most important thing, and this will not surprise anyone, but the absence of a theme in a particular stakeholder group does not mean there's disagreement. It simply means that the nature of focus groups themselves, the different focus of the questions of that facilitator, didn't give an opportunity perhaps, or that perspective didn't emerge there. Does not mean that it's not shared. There's also considerable variation in the questions and discussions in terms of how specific they were in terms of talking about assessments or those statewide standardized tests. And so where possible, we've specified, but where it's not clear, we've had to speak more generally in terms of assessments and draw conclusions from the context of those conversations. So just be aware that you're going to see both language, both terms used. And then lastly, just some of this is going to feel very familiar, right? And that's good in some ways. But other things might surprise you that perspectives and opinions continue to persist. You might be thinking, oh, there's been policy change on this issue. Why are people saying this? And this is where we have to caution. The focus here is giving voice to those who don't normally get to have an opinion and a say. It's not our job to adjudicate whether or not their experience is truthful, whether or not they had full and open information. This is what they're expressing. This is what they're concerned with. We'll start by looking at reoccurring themes focused on assessments. So participants raised and discussed a variety of concerns around the issue of the use of assessments, and most often focusing on those statewide standardized tests. So presented here are overarching themes that emerged and where the stakeholder communities that they emerged in. Concerns around bias in standardized testing was seen in all groups, and we're going to dive into this on the next slide. Next, one of the big areas of discussion really focused on the negative relationship between assessments and educational opportunity for students. Participants expressed the concern that standardized testing provides too narrow and limited a lens on student knowledge, and also that in turn, by not accurately reflecting student knowledge, is further exacerbated by decisions being made on access to specialized curriculum on the basis of testing results. The next theme focused on standardized testing impacts on students' mental health. Again, will probably not surprise you. This is a reoccurring theme of the role of stress, anxiety, and loss of self-esteem resonated in most groups. Some discussed the anxiety leading up to the tests, and others focused on the impact of testing, on the impact of anxiety on the testing results themselves. And this is particularly interesting in the sense of providing some light on the variation that still exists in school and classroom culture. So where value is placed, where teachers emphasize standardized tests, where they don't, where they try to minimize stress by de-emphasizing the importance of the tests versus where pressure is being placed. And then lastly, transparency and clarity around the use of standardized testing is still very mixed across stakeholder communities and in communities themselves. So here we see a lot of discussion around the lack of common understanding on how testing results are actually being used. And where you see this come out a lot is in terms of funding decisions, where there's a lot of confusion around exactly how those test results are being used. Are they increasing, resulting in increased funding? Are they decreasing the amount of funding going to schools? There was also an interesting theme that emerged, particularly in parents groups, around concerns that there's varying agreement on what parents' rights are, what information they have the right to access. An example being a parent being told they couldn't have access to the test by a teacher, right? So this common understanding of what is shareable, what should be transparent, what should be provided to help inform people's decisions around testing participation in it. There's still a lot of room for improvement there. All right, so next let's talk a little bit more about bias in standardized testing. So in terms of bias in standardized testing, some participants expressed concern that bias persists in limiting the validity and accuracy of results. And in particular, participants discussed perceptions of cultural bias, such that you're measuring knowledge of white culture versus knowledge of concepts and skills. Also, participants expressed concern that standardized testings are biased because the accommodations for students with disabilities and learning differences remain insufficient. And lastly, participants talked about, of course, the impact or the perception that really what you're measuring with standardized testing is test-taking ability and preparation rather than knowledge. So this next slide provides an illustrative quote from a parent regarding the impact of this issue of white and Eurocentric bias that persists or is perceived to persist. Next, participants raised an array of ideas and solutions and visions of a future system of assessments. We've grouped these into two overarching themes. So participants see a need for more expansive use of alternative forms of assessments. And so here, among the most popular alternative forms of assessments discussed are things like performance assessments, where students can demonstrate knowledge and skill. Project-based learning is one of the most popular alternative forms of assessments because of its leveraging student self-directed knowledge, self-directed learning, and then assessments of knowledge based on that, and then also classroom-based assessments. Participants also discussed the importance of valuing and considering non-academic knowledge and skills. So participants often discussed other dimensions of student development. So we've labeled this here as considering the whole child. So some of you may be familiar with this approach. The whole child approach thinks of children as having 6 areas of development: academic development, but then also mental health, physical health, cognitive development, identity development, and socio-emotional development. It also grounds the students in the social environment and emphasizes the importance of community relationships. And this was a very strong theme for parents and teachers. The importance of socio-emotional learning was a point of emphasis for participants, with parents, teachers, and researchers all mentioning the importance of this and suggesting somewhat that consideration in forms of assessing this should be factored in. And here is another illustrative quote from a policymaker on the importance of social-emotional learning. And here there's a reference to the 5 C's some of you may be familiar with: critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration, and character. So on this slide, we wanted to give a little bit more perspective by just highlighting some stakeholder-specific findings. And here we're talking about researchers. So researchers including psychometricians, and they provided some unique input on how to improve assessment practices. These will seem also, for those of you in that arena, will seem pretty familiar. They discussed basically efforts to continue mitigation efforts to reduce bias in assessment practices. So development of assessments that validate student experience, conducting psychometric analyses, and using expert review panels to remove bias. And then lastly, Some researchers express the need to remove high stakes from standardized testing, and that will be surprising to some, and given changes in policy. But I think this is an important thing to note. Again, this persistent concern that bias and high stakes continue to remain in standardized testing, and in particular, due to the problematic history. So the long history of racism in standardized testing and the persistence of that continues to concern researchers. All right, let me pass it over to Tia to talk about accountability systems.
Thank you so much, Jen. How's everyone doing? Great, glad to hear it. So next we're going to turn to reoccurring high-level topics raised by stakeholder groups that are about accountability systems. Now, it's important for me to note that our working definition of accountability systems is the set of practices and policies that are used to hold teachers, schools, districts, and others accountable for raising student achievement. So first, I want to discuss some problems that were identified by stakeholders. This includes, one, the over-reliance on assessment results. And when speaking of this, stakeholder groups also mentioned that standardized testing shouldn't be the only tool used to drive change within our schools. They mentioned standardized testing needs to be one of many metrics. Now, this was most prominent in our researchers group, but we saw this throughout our stakeholder groups. They talked about standardized testing being one of many metrics, and of course, other measures capture things like the social environment in which children learn and other school inputs to the education process. They also mentioned inadequate measures that negatively affect teachers, and we'll talk about this a little bit more on the deep dive in our next slide. And resources are not directed to where they are needed most. Now, in this discussion, stakeholder groups often mention that schools were the lowest performance, requiring additional resources. Schools with the lowest performance, often require additional resources. However, they may either not get additional resources, which includes funding, instructional support, and professional development, and often they are penalized for their accountability systems that are currently in place. And then, of course, communities are harmed by negative feedback loops. And this typically operates through two mechanisms. One, at the community level, families make housing decisions based on current accountability systems. And we also see that families with students enrolled at the school may choose to stay in their house, but send their children to other schools, such as public schools or charter schools. And this could further exacerbate current inequality within these communities. This slide represents the various themes that emerged within the umbrella of the negative impacts of inadequate measures of teacher effectiveness. These issues were raised by every stakeholder group who participated in this study. So this includes this misalignment of assessments where teachers may not be teaching exactly what is being addressed in the assessments, which either means they are learning info that isn't rewarded or not learning what is important according to the state. Teachers are often pressured to raise assessment scores, and teacher and school effectiveness is based on this. We find that teachers face stress and increased anxiety for having to perform well on these assessments. And then, of course, teachers cannot be creative and teach other topics or address other students' needs. They also mention that there are other things that are important for our students to learn, such as social emotional learning skills, that they face pressure to drop or to focus on because they are hyper-focused on assessment topics. And teachers often face this increased pressure of leaving the profession. Now that includes this increased stress leading students to, teachers to choose to leave their schools or the profession altogether. So the quote on this slide represents a teacher's sentiment of the last bullet on the previous slide, in which stakeholder groups discuss the increased pressure teachers face, subsequently leaving the profession. The quote touches on this mass exodus of instructors due to a hyper-focus on testing and accountability measures directed towards our instructors. Now I'm going to discuss some potential solutions that were offered by our stakeholder groups. Participants discussed an array of ideas, views, and visions for future accountability efforts. Presented here are overarching themes that emerged and which stakeholder groups discussed them. We'll discuss one of them in greater detail in the next slide. So these themes included promoting equity by valuing student subgroup performance, and this is where schools and districts need to be accountable for provision of support for our students, especially students with disabilities. And this is consistent with ASA's requirements for showing performance of student subgroups such as race, ethnicity, and gender. We also want to expand measures of school effectiveness, and I'll talk a little bit more about this on the next slide. Expand accountability systems to have implications for school administrators, and this includes communities being held accountable for supporting our students. This includes science provisions, additional support such as housing, mental health access, physical health care. This also includes focusing on holding school boards accountable for school performance. That includes progress. And we found that policymakers believe that involvement of school boards should be an accountable measure. And then the last theme is allocating resources to those who need it. And in these groups talked about better coordination of services. Schools should provide non-academic supports, again, mental health, healthcare, food, access to technology. The themes presented on this slide were shared by researchers and other groups such as out-of-school time staff, policymakers, parents, and students. And we found that they identified alternative measures such as racial ethnic representation among school staff, diversity of curriculum or extra offerings, and of course, student, parent, and/or staff engagement. And finally, looking at measures such as attendance suspension, high school graduation rates, faculty retention, school leadership, faculty, and staff relationships to student and school climate. So the quote on this slide represents a policymaker's sentiment on the last bullet on the previous slide, in which stakeholder groups advocated for including additional measures to monitor school effectiveness. Not only do they provide suggestions for additional measures, but they also note how these changes can motivate our instructors. So due to time, we're going to transition to our Q&A. Given we've provided you a lot of information in this time, and it's just hard to do justice because the data that we got was so robust and provided such rich discussions. I am going to provide a slide that represents a summary of the reoccurring themes that we just talked about, and you're welcome to ask me and Jen any questions that may have come up for you during this presentation. Yes?
Hi, I did have a question about the student groups that you used.
Yes.
What was the age group of the student groups that were represented, and were the student groups participating with adults, or were they also separate?
That's an excellent question.
Yeah, it's interesting. So we had some student focus groups that were facilitated by students themselves. Those were really interesting conversations. And then we had some that were facilitated by adults and leadership from organizations of interest. The age were all high school students. Yes?
Did community engagement come up anywhere in the accountability system problems that were identified, or even elsewhere? Did that come up anywhere in your
Sure. So community engagement most often came up in terms of ideas and solutions. So increasing engagement, it was rarely discussed as necessarily as the problem itself, except when talking about accountability and really looking at school districts as an entity, right? So most of the conversation focused on bringing communities in as a way to help address issues.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
I have a question about, did any of the students, particularly also the teachers, reflect on how the pandemic has actually impacted their experience?
Yes.
That's an amazing question.
Earlier during the pandemic? I'm really curious about if they mentioned anything about the retention rate as well, because I didn't see that on the slide.
Yeah, so one of the reasons you don't see that, so the question was about the impact of the pandemic, and because the question wasn't asked consistently in all groups, that's why you don't see it as a reoccurring theme. It was an extensive topic of conversation with our smaller subset of teachers, and we only really had about 3 focus groups of teachers, but a lot of the way teachers talked about it was in terms of innovation that emerged as a result of the pandemic, in terms of more flexibility and diversity and approaches in engaging students, and this idea that for some students, they seemed to learn more effectively, that they really benefited from that versus the others that were completely disengaged and lost in the process. And also there was this interesting discussion, it was both for teachers and students in terms of like physical needs, the ability to move, the ability to take bathroom breaks, right? The ability to take time, which was very interesting. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, thank you. Hi. Could you say a little bit more about the context that the participants came from? So urban, suburban, a mix, systems with really robust accountability systems versus others?
So this is a really hard thing to answer for a variety of reasons, including technical. So in terms of variation in when recording started and whether or not actually we got caught, the introductions and where people were coming from, where they were located. So we couldn't systematically look at that. We can tell you overall it was from across the country, a bit of a mix, but with much more of a focus on urban areas. But it's very hard to distill some of that unless it was explicitly captured in the audio files and addressed. And there was a lot of variation on that front.
Thank you. I'm curious on the bottom 4 boxes there. So on the top one, resources are not directed to where they are most needed. Is that in terms of the school educational context? And then on the bottom box, on the solution, the allocation of resources, is that also to the schools, or is that more broadly resources to communities that are being harmed? So what are the resource allocations that are being referred to?
Well, they were specifically, a lot of our stakeholder groups were talking specifically about resources not being allocated to the schools and specifically other school systems. But they do mention other harms that do impact our communities as well, where how schools perform in their schools have a larger impact on how people should decide where to live, where they choose to place their schools.
I have a question over here. I know these are reoccurring themes, but were there any questions asked about broadband access for families and students?
So not explicitly, there were some discussions on technology embedded, and that's something we can try and tease out, but it wasn't a consistent and uniform focus, right, in discussion. Technology was raised as ways of alternative assessment methods, right, that can take advantage of technology, but that equitable access to the technology was not asked consistently.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it did come up in the conversations in regards to how that would definitely impact student performance. Yeah. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate the opportunity.
In a moment, and it's happening over there, and if we're getting mics, we're getting stuff set up, so I'm killing time. You know, that's what happens sometimes. Jason, are you ready at least? Come on, man. Come on. So I'm going to be inviting up on the stage a couple of my really good friends and project partners who work with DaxDev in a number of projects. And they're going to be helping us and guiding us through the work that we did. So a little bit about the work that we did with DaxDev. So we have some emerging areas of agreement for the future assessment and accountability that we're going to present with you. And just the general, by way of background, the way our work is a little bit different, obviously, than the work that the Westat and Insight have done. Our work is really driven around sort of a deeper, longer engagement with a group of people in a way in which we're building both community and using the community building strategy and techniques. Those are small group, large group, interactive data that folks are reacting to and responding to as a way to help kind of do some more co-generated dialogue. And that dialogue allows for us to pull up some mirrors, and using those mirrors, we give back to the group what we're seeing so that we can do another layer of deeper dive. So there's a lot of sifting that happened. And from a process standpoint for us, that meant that we engaged in four hour-long sessions with about 20 civil rights leaders of organizations and education equity practitioners, folks who are really sort of leading the conversations in a variety of different spaces across the country, working with a lot of different identity groups. So you can see our process overall was really to kind of get folks together and really do some grounding, and then to use that and to use each session as a building block to get to what we're presenting back to you today. So as I've already said, we're going to be inviting to the stage a couple of folks that are going to help guide us and lead us through this work. So first, I'm inviting Emily Martinez and then Jason Spector, and I'm going to move over stage left, and then they're going to get us going.
Thank you. It's good to be with you all today. And it's really exciting to be a part of this process, as we've heard from Insight, and then we were participants in the roundtables, facilitators of the roundtables this summer, to be able to be at this kind of event, which marks a culmination point. So I'm going to go over Jason and I are going to review the 4 areas of agreement. These are emerging areas, as we've said in the intros. This is an ongoing dialogue, and you're invited to be part of a live discussion that's a living process. So that's actually really exciting. And I also wanted to mention that these are all in the aspirational state. So as you've heard the words reimagine and rethinking education, this is part of where our roundtable sessions left us, is we wanted participants to be a part of that aspirational state. So these emerging areas of agreements came into 4 pillars that you'll see up here. And these are very strong and powerful statements. So I'm just going to read them out because I think it's really important that we are able to focus on them, and then we'll talk about them in more detail. So pillar 1 was our education system consistently implements broadened definitions of success. Pillar 2 is our education indicators and assessments, no matter the setting, are grounded in continuous improvement and accountability. Pillar 3, our systems of support are strengthened to enhance shared accountability that centers equity and promotes transparency and continuous targeted improvement. And pillar 4, historically marginalized communities, families, and youth have greater voice and ownership in assessment and accountability. Now, I know we're presenting today in a hybrid space with both virtual and in person here. And as we said, this is part of a multi-step process. So we're going to do something a little bit different it may feel a little bit different during our presentation, which is we're going to pause and give you moments to think. And again, that might feel a little bit different, but we know this is a lot of info, so we want to give you some reflection time. There's no need to respond. We just want to give you time to absorb what we're saying as we're reviewing it. So I'll go over pillar 1, our education system. And you see the S in parentheses there because we wanted to incorporate education system beyond just the classroom to multiple ways in which students are being educated and the multiple ways in which they experience education. Consistently implements broadened definitions of success. So I'm going to invite you to just think for a minute, take about 20 seconds. What comes to mind for you or what manifests as you read this statement? Just go ahead and take a second to write that down. Just think about it on your own. And as we heard from our roundtable, what education, implementing broadened definitions of success looks like. And I actually wish we had that slide from the animated video because it was also in the animated video in a much more simpler equation format. But that looks like including measures beyond academics. It looks like creating supportive environments for students, not just in the classroom, but also in the school, community, and system-wide levels. It looks like success is contextualized and informed by culture and communities and families. And that really importantly, student engagement is a precondition of learning. Students have to be engaged in order to learn. And that student-centered learning plans are co-created along with families and educators with their individualized learning goals in mind. And we have a quote that highlights this on the next statement that says, "It's important to speak to the tension by acknowledging the consistent disparities in student performance on a narrow set of measures in the school setting, while stating that our children are demonstrating competence in settings where they feel they belong." That was from one of our roundtable participants. And as the quote highlights, what you can see here is that it does focus on that narrow set of measures. And in that aspirational state, it's important that those definitions of success are broadened beyond just those narrow academic measures to, as we also heard from Insight's presentation, competencies, attitudes, agencies, identities, and other behaviors. And also that this focus is shifted into making sure that the classroom and the systems that support the classroom are a supportive space in which students feel comfortable demonstrating that we know what they know and comfortable demonstrating a sense of belonging in that. And I will pass it to Jason to talk about pillar 2.
Thanks, Emily. So moving to pillar 2, our education indicators and assessments, no matter the setting, are grounded in continuous improvement and accountability. Again, we'd like to request that you take about 20 seconds here to think through how this manifests for you in your work, in your experiences. What does this statement mean for you? All right, so as we discussed in our roundtables, as we thought about student formative and summative assessments, It was important for us as we thought about the aspirational state that both are culturally relevant, aligned to state standards, and grounded in a model of continuous improvement, including with formative assessments that they guide day-to-day teaching and learning. We also thought about expanding our definition of assessment to include school quality measures and broadening those to encompass social emotional learning, school climate, teacher capacity, working conditions, resources, and much more. All of this is in a model of continuous improvement, which is driven by timely disaggregated student data, which is granular enough and timely enough to provide individualized supports through evidence-based interventions. Additionally, as was discussed in the previous presentation, alignment is really critical. And so we're going to hear a quote here, or I'll speak out a quote here from a roundtable participant around that. So, we need standards for establishing the learning experiences that get to an integrated set of student outcomes. The connection between relationships, experiences, and competencies has to be explicit. So as we consider this last point in Pillar 2, it's really important to think through that assessments, curriculum, standards, preparation, ongoing training, accountability, and more are all aligned. The implication of this is that our K-12 systems, our out-of-school time, our higher education also need to be aligned. And this would have implications for our content, our standards, the way that we define success, measure success with our assessments, and ultimately how we hold and share responsibility for accountability throughout our levels of our education system. So moving forward to that point around accountability, we'll move to Pillar 3 here. So Pillar 3, our systems of support are strengthened to enhance shared accountability that centers equity and promotes transparency and continuous targeted improvement. And if you'll bear with me again, we'd like to request that you consider this statement. And what does this mean for you? How does this show up in your work and in your life experiences? So as we thought about accountability in our roundtable discussions, we were naming that accountability needs to be a shared responsibility held throughout levels of the education system and focus on the well-being and thriving of all children and youth. This is a shift, and we're going to talk about this more in a minute, from something punitive to multi-level support. And it needs to be held at not only the local level, but also at the federal and state level, with clear purposes for each, and infrastructure of support to guide each, and all geared towards more comprehensive outcomes, as we've referenced previously, that are determined and derived through diverse stakeholder involvement. With all of this being undergirded by school and community data, because we know that education occurs both inside the classroom and elsewhere in the community, and that these data are used to better understand root causes, to track over time, and that are ultimately being employed for multi-level shared accountability. So, to dig a little deeper into this, and put simply by one of our roundtable participants, we should use accountability to support and improve versus to punish and to shame. So what does this mean? It was important for our roundtable participants to name that and to acknowledge that there has been a real history here of accountability being punitive. As we think about school closures, as the previous presentation referenced, some of the negative cycles of harm that are perpetuated from accountability to communities, and to think about a shift and a reframe for accountability to be about multi-level support. Additionally, as we think about accountability, it's traditionally been rather top-down. It's been held more locally, and it's flowed from federal to state to local. And so we're thinking about accountability as having more of a bidirectionality or more of a reciprocity to it, so that it can flow upward from community as well. All of it geared towards investment in identified student groups' success, as well as success of the broader education system with a lens of equity throughout. All right, I'm going to hand it back now for Pillar 4 for Emily to discuss.
And finally, our fourth pillar, historically marginalized communities, families, and youth have greater voice and ownership in assessment and accountability. And so for one more time, we want to invite you to reflect on this for a minute and just think about what it means to you. So for our roundtables, what we heard is that this looks like historically marginalized communities and stakeholders are engaged in the process, as these systems are being created, refined, and implemented. So not just at the end when the process is complete, but in the creation of the process. And relatedly, that the design and implementation and execution of these processes incorporates their voice, and that includes the culture, that they're culturally relevant to those families and communities. And then that schools and districts make meaningful space and time for families to engage in accountability and resources rather than surface level. And then finally, that, and this was also an Insights presentation, that data is timely and used to engage, and that everyone in the cycle of that is aware of how that data is used. As we hear in this quote, simply put, parent or family engagement equals parents are partnered with and by schools to make a meaningful contribution to the way their child is educated and shaping a positive school environment. In essence, engagement calls for participatory, equitable partnership. And that's important, that that participatory and equitable partnership looks like that investment of time and resources into that entire process. We know that it's not, maybe it takes more time than the ways that things have historically been done, but that it's important to allow for those meaningful contributions, and that it also opens up the space to be more equitable, and that those with the most resources aren't the ones who are having the most influence on the way that the process is completed as a whole. And so those are our 4 pillars, and I'll turn it to Dax to talk about this piece.
So an additional feature of our conversations and a recognition that we were, of course, brought together by the civil rights community, but this isn't only work that is that belongs to or should be carried out by the civil rights community. So what we tried to present here is ways in which people could be involved as actors in the system, disruptors of the status quo, if you will. And so obviously we know there's a history of legal interventions that are valuable and available. There's a way in which equitable oversight can be something that is not done to, but done with, and in a way that there's a component of training and capacity building that will allow for folks who maybe even in this room or who otherwise are practitioners are able to be engaged with schools in such a way that those principles are being shared. We've talked a lot about data, but I think that's for obviously good, very good reasons. But there's a recognition that there's a need to have tools for both the disaggregation and supporting community use of that data. So again, how we can play a role for intervention. Speaking to the work we're doing today, this idea of community and recognizing that folks who have the most to say often are not given the opportunity to say the most. And so what does that mean in terms of even us as experts and policymakers making space? Sometimes that's hard to do, but we have to make space for that to really happen. And then finally, there's a real clear opportunity to do communications work. So part of what's happening today, part of what this work is about, is on that front. So those are some things we wanted to offer that just were not necessarily a part of the world of the emerging agreements, but nevertheless felt grounded in sort of pushing towards this goal of a space and of work that establishes civil rights principles as we move forward. So I'm going to pass it back to Emily really quickly so we have a couple of next steps we want to address and then some questions.
Great. And so for next steps, again, this is part of you are today in part of the process in that we want to gather as forthcoming is ways to gather reactions to these areas of agreement that we heard from Roundtable participants. And then we'll be regrouping and reflecting with selected experts and community leaders in order to synthesize the insights and feedback as well as what we heard from Insight into a preliminary report that sets forth those areas of agreement and also highlights where there needs to be further inquiry and points of tension. We know that this is such a broad discussion topic and these are very complex areas that we can't possibly get to them all, neither in this presentation, and we will make sure that that's captured in the report as well. And then we'll do some reconvening and tapping into an expanded network of education and civil rights activists and leaders so that there is a clear vision articulated for the future of assessment and accountability, and that's what Hal referenced in the beginning of today's sessions, to eventually develop an advocacy platform that builds upon this work to date. Jason?
So it's been said several times, and I'm going to say it one more time. There is work yet to be done, and there are many questions that are still outstanding. We actually have many more questions than are listed or could be listed on a single slide, but we want to leave you with at least a few to mull over. So we created 4 questions here that one corresponds to each pillar. So we just want to offer these into the space. So number one, how can we ensure commitment over time to allow for broader definitions of teaching, learning, education, and success to be fully utilized, implemented, and evaluated for their efficacy? Second, what are the implications of an increased focus on continuous improvement in assessment for school accountability, specifically through state standardized assessments? Third, how can we reframe accountability to shift mindsets and motivate positive behaviors, systems, and culture change? And fourth, how do we ensure equity in lifting up voices across communities and families in true and deep partnership? So we'd welcome discussion on these. We'll be here all day today. We'd also welcome discussion offline in the days and months to come. But for now, we'd also love to hear any questions from you all and to open up the space.
And one thing to bear in mind as you're thinking about questions, we're going to try our best to respond based on what came up for us in the groups, because again, similar to what Westat already articulated, our job here is to sort of lift up and present back. So we're trying to do as little interpretation beyond what we observed and what we've already done some synthesis around.
Hi, I just have a really simple question, which is when you're talking about accountability, at what level of the system are you talking about? Are you talking about federal, state, district, school, classroom?
Yeah.
All of the above?
All of the above. Yes, and this is something that we were discussing in great detail, that currently a lot of the accountability tends to rest at the local level and is felt most intimately within classrooms and within schools. And so we're looking to see, are there ways that that accountability can and should be held at different levels, and to what end? So if it is held at a state level, where is the state most equipped to create positive behavior change? Same for the federal level, and same for the local level as well. So I don't know that we've fully articulated the answer to that, but that was the type of discussion that we were engaged in.
Paulo DiMaria from the National Association of State Boards of Education, and also a former state superintendent in the state of Ohio. One of the questions I have really is, in this discussion about assessments and accountability, lately in my own language, I've been adding improvement as a third component, because I'm increasingly convinced that a lot of the work we do is predicated on, oh, somehow we know what better looks like. And the fact of the matter is, we don't always know what better looks like. And I tip my hat to Education Trust and the work of Karen Chenoweth on districts that succeed and schools that succeed, that making a school great is really hard work. And that itself also deserves attention to coalesce our thinking around what does a great school look like and how do we actually get there, driven by the assessment and accountability. Did that come up in your expert discussions very much? And if so, how does that influence your recommendations?
Either one. I mean, I think just as a baseline, I think one of the things that was indicated in a lot of the presentation was the word improvement came up as a recurring term. And I want to sort of hat tip to the folks that were in the room that maybe actually come from spaces that are other than the K-12 spaces, because I think there's more familiarity and even more sort of experience speaking the language of improvement. I think the challenge is trying to get that adopted into more formal education systems and really recognize and appreciate it as a valid means by which to hold accountability, so that isn't sort of zero-sum, sort of, that's not zero-sum. So I think there's an adoption challenge around that, but it's not necessarily a lack of awareness that people have around its value and utility. And I think that's why it's showing up so present in our aspirational state. But again, I'll add anything else that you all might want to add to that.
You said it well.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Tomlin Crutchfield. I'm with the National Urban League. Just a quick question around your kind of aspirational state around testing and community involvement. When it comes to like culturally competent instruction and even like assessments and integrating that and kind of how student success is measured, do you all have like a take or a framework on what that looks like from like a subject standpoint? Like, what does culturally competent mathematics or like reading comprehension look like when we talk about assessments?
I would say that was pretty early. Like, we know that was in the further areas of inquiry, that needs to be developed because it was explored as this is important and it needs to happen. But the specifics of how is this implemented and what exactly would it look like across subject areas is something that we still need to have conversation about and continue to develop.
Yeah. I would add too that it was also part of our discussion as to how to make that part of higher education and educator preparation, so that it's not simply once teachers are already in schools, but even before they become teachers.
Along those lines, I think it responds to the question around where does accountability operate at different systems levels. Maybe the states are more equipped to hold accountability around competency, the cultural competency development of educators, because there are state institutions and higher education institutions which might be better situated to do that. Only thing I would add to that, I think we also talked about that's where the value of in really having folks, parents, community members, other folks involved in the design process, because there's an assumption that we can't bring that kind of expertise into the room. But I think that's what we were hearing from the group was, obviously it happens, there's a way for it should happen at the state level as a way to sort of make sure that there's a mass production of education for educators. But at the more school-based level, there's an opportunity to really do some nuanced work and bringing in people to help do some co-design and co-generation there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, my name is Maritza Gertie from the National Parents Union, and I've heard a lot about language, and that is something that I always question. This is great. Our involvement in it has been great, but I always have to question language access for those that do not speak English.
Mm-hmm.
What will be your goal for that? Because none of this can happen if you do not make sure that an entire demographic of non-English speakers are also included in the process, the understanding, and also the language, especially with the assessments. There are so many families and guardians that do not understand these assessments because it is not in a language they can understand.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can clarify that for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And I think it really ties to the fourth pillar, which that translates to language can be a way that in which people are marginalized and that access to. So I think, and that's what we were talking about when we said meaningful time and allotment of resources to that, because that does take an investment of resources and time. It takes maybe some one-on-one conversations. It takes a lot of specifics in order to get to that understanding. So building in those kinds of resources that are needed to support populations where English is not the first language is really important.
We are at time.
Yep, that's it.
So this is weird. I'm thanking myself. I don't know what to do here. Thank y'all. But we're going to be doing a quick transition because we're actually going to be having a fireside chat, after which we'll be having our break. So I know we're going to bring some chairs on this stage, and I'm going to be calling some folks on the stage to join me for our first fireside chat, just to react to the data and to get an opportunity to hear some folks who are experts in the space, to just do some informal reflection with you all. So give us a moment, we're setting it up, and we'll move forward. So once again, I just want to reintroduce our special guests. So we have again Karen Pittman, just to reintroduce you one more time. You're a partner at KP Catalyst, and we have with us as well Mr. Michael Nettles, Senior, who is the Vice President at ETS, which is the Policy Evaluation and Research Center. So as we were beginning, got cut off, we were going to begin with some opening remarks, so please, by all means.
And you can hear me now, yes. Okay, I don't have to ask that question. So Truth in Advertising, I was a part of the research group that DACSTEV put together, so I had an advance warning of what some of the findings were. But it's just really important to have this conversation and to start from the right place. So what I want to do is just start by reading you something from Pike County, Georgia, public schools. I don't know Pike County, Georgia public schools. I haven't been to Pike County, but I just wanted to Google a portrait of a graduate, which is a movement that's going around the country to engage communities in saying, what do you want your graduates to look like? Because we can't assess what we can't aspire to. We don't know what we want our graduates to look like. We're going to get caught immediately in the old ways of doing things. So this is the first one that popped up. So Pike County wants their children to be able to think critically, solve creatively, communicate clearly, act responsibly, and collaborate effectively. And then there are rubrics under each of those 5 goals. And those rubrics tell you what it looks like to do those things. And those rubrics then connected back to the state standards. So it's possible to go from what feels like a very fragmented, distant set of standards that we have for kids that they can't relate to to a simple set of goals that young people, their families, their communities can see themselves in. And when we do this, what we immediately get to is the fact that those goals are not just owned by schools. Those goals are owned by the community, and those goals increasingly are being executed in community organizations. Youth development organizations, civil rights organizations, social justice organizations, recreation organizations, libraries, museums. Everybody in the community can pay attention to those goals. The other way that I say this is we have this huge debate in the country, as you know, about SEL, social emotional learning. We're stuck on an acronym. How many of you have eaten Girl Scout cookies? If you look on the box of Girl Scout cookies, they describe to you in great detail the competencies that those young women are gaining by selling cookies and what they're going to do with that. I've never seen anybody throw out their Girl Scout cookies or complain about the box. But we have people in this country who are going after SEL because it is an acronym, because we've moved the definition too far away from the people. Learning Heroes, a couple of years ago, did a survey supported by the Wallace Foundation. They've done a couple surveys, actually. One survey just asked parents, what language do you use to describe your goals for your kids? And what they did magically was lump it all together. We have SEED and SEAL, and we talk about social, emotional, and academic competence. They lumped it all together into a specific set of words, like you just heard in these goals. I want my young person to be ethical. I want them to be a good problem solver. I want them to be creative. I want them to have good time management. I want them certainly to read and write and do math and be literate. All those things are blended together. So if we're going to have a future of assessment, we have to start it by having a future of setting goals that don't artificially distinguish academics from everything else.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Dax and Karen, for your remarks. This is a really tremendous effort by the National Urban League, and I want to begin by saying that I appreciate the study that was conducted. The methodology is great, and one of the things that at ETS we think needs to happen more often is that we need to be able to engage with people about assessment. So very often the public engagement in assessment is done through local school boards every now and then, but it's also discussed along with school lunch and bus rides and everything else. This is a focus on the issue that I think we need to address more often, and we also need more people to engage on a regular basis. By that I mean work at ETS to produce the assessments. The assessments reflect very often the people who are thinking and writing the assessments, and we need more diversity. We need more involvement by a broader cross-section of people writing the test, thinking about the representation that needs to be reflected in the assessment. That explains some of what I think we're seeing in the results, especially on the issues of bias, which is one that has occurred. We've had that issue forever in this country, and it's a legitimate claim. It's a legitimate criticism of standardized large-scale tests. But the way to change that is to get more engagement, more involvement in thinking about it. So if you were sitting writing an assessment about mathematics and thinking about the children who were going to take it, you would do it possibly from your perspective, your understanding and knowledge about the schools they attend, the neighborhoods they live in. And so what we get in the assessment is very often, exactly that from people who are not as well represented as we need to be. I think for me, we've addressed this issue many times in the past. Edmund W. Gordon. I'm the Edmund W. Gordon Chair at ETS. So I've spent my career doing research. And while Dax actually introduced me as Michael Nettles Sr., and then he said Vice President for ETS, I assure you there's only one Michael Nettles. That is me. And I push back more frequently these days when referred to as Senior, unless it's in my title. But at ETS, we've had the Future of Assessment, chaired by Edmund W. Gordon, who many of you know. There's a report on the ETS website. But even that report did not address the equity issues the way they are being addressed by UNIDOS and the National Urban League. So I'd like to applaud that. Now, when we have a forum like this and I'm invited to participate, or anybody in my organization is invited to participate, it's a signal. Thank you. It's a signal that we are invited to the table. I've always felt that way, that we actually have something to contribute. In my research over the years, I have lots of stories to add to the stories that are going to be in the report, in the forthcoming report. One in particular was at Bank Street College of Education when Stephanie Bell Rose sponsored High Potential Youth when she was president of Goldman Sachs Foundation. There was a school in the Bronx where Bank Street was recruiting students for a summer program to prepare them for selective colleges and universities. And very often part of the selection process involved asking the teachers to identify their leading students or most promising students. And very often the teacher would identify a handful of students who then would get looked at by the selection team. And along came the standardized test, and very often the two didn't agree. And my observation over time was that teachers were very often leaving off students who did illustrate promise on the assessment, that, because of a variety of things. Maybe the student was an introvert. Maybe the student lacked the social skills. Maybe the student really was a difficult student. But on the assessment, they demonstrated that they had a high capacity for high achievement. And so they would be selected because of that. And so, and very often we look at grades and they would reflect also some bias. Grades are highly correlated with success, but they very often are biased. So my conclusion over time has been we need all of them, all of that evidence to make decisions to help us to not just select, but to intervene to address learning issues. One of the challenges that we have is the resources that we have for addressing the needs of every child, don't always exist, and so we have to also worry about that. Now, what I think we've been led to through the study that is being conducted here, and we await the publication and release of the ultimate report, and then we will really respond. I think it's really incumbent upon places like ETS to respond. We've responded to the UC system's decision, for example, not to include a standardized test in the admissions process by thinking about what they are asking for. They have 13 criteria, none of which is a test. But they are, if you look at the 13 criteria, 2 through 12, require students to write. Students are going to have to tell their story. They're going to have to think and write about the context that they've been living in. They're going to have to write about their learning journey. They're going to have to talk about how they learn, what they like to learn. Those are going to be really important kind of standards that will get reviewed in the review process. So one of the things that we're doing at ETS is to think about learning how to help students write. Okay, so, and we're calling this project, we're doing it with the National Writing Project, and we're calling it Writing Future Me. And we're gonna start with 9th graders to talk, to set up a curriculum to help students learn how to curate their learning. Another thing that is happening that is really promising, I think, is the use of technology and AI in technology to contribute to formative assessment, helping to integrate learning and assessment. I think Dax has given me the, are you?
No, never though.
Okay. When you lean forward like that, I observed.
Well, I mean, listen, you have so much knowledge to offer us,
Well,
and I think that there's going to be an opportunity for for the audience to react to that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to also give Karen an opportunity to react to some of what you're sharing as well. I think you offered a lot of insight around how your work is being responsive to the moment, how there is a continuing opportunity for assessments to play a complementary or even a significant role alongside other means of standardized assessments, I should say, alongside other means of assessing student knowledge and learning. And I wanted to bring you in both to react to like that as sort of like that being brought into the room. And I'm also interested in how, maybe these aren't totally connected, but I want to bring it in anyway, how you feel like the OST world and work that you have done, I've done, others in this room have done, can help be also uplifted and integrated into the future of assessments in a more formal way. So both reacting to that and also thinking about the work you've done and how that could be.
Right, and I'll see if I can tie those two together.
I know.
So first, again, just because I'm old and I've done a lot of things, I'll tell you that I first met Mike when I was on the ETS board about 20 years ago. And that says something because I'm not against standardized tests. I think they have a place. I think they have a role in a balanced portfolio. And we can address the bias and other things, but the over-reliance on standardized tests is what's killing us, not the fact that we have standardized ways to assess competence in various areas. One of the things that I liked about being on the ETS board is everybody knows ETS for SAT, but I got there and you do lots of competency tests for nurses, for professionals. You have a whole range of tests that are not controversial because they are linked to competencies that are directly linked to real life skill and the workforce. And so I just wanted to start by saying, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's a lot of ways that we do assessment. Linda Darling-Hammond talks about assessment for learning. Let me get in there and find out what you know so that I can appropriately guide your learning journey. Assessment as learning. Let me make sure that as I'm giving you feedback, I'm giving it to you in a way that you understand assessment helps you grow. And then finally, assessment of learning. At the end of the day, did you learn enough? But we don't know enough if we don't know for what. So putting this in the context of not just different ways to do tests, but also really understanding the role of tests, the role of assessments broadly defined, authentic assessments, portfolio assessments, et cetera, is really important. But all of it has to be grounded, again, in what it is that we want young people to be able to do. And that's much easier to talk about in terms of a set of competencies rather than abstract levels of knowledge. Why that's important and why that's been such a starting place for folks in community programs, youth development, out of school time, whatever you want to call it, is we're not in charge of academic competence. We're not the people who have been charged with moving kids to a certain point, whether it's in terms of course credits, it's in terms of test scores, in terms of knowledge proficiency. Those things are important to have. Those fundamental literacies and those foundational knowledges are important to have. But in the out-of-school space, in the community space, we actually get the privilege of finding out where young people are and moving them forward in interest-driven electives. That can happen in school as well. But when you start with what a young person is interested in, you make it challenging enough and rigorous enough that they need to bring their skills up in order to perform it, and doing well in it is meaningful to them, it's much easier to teach. And it's teaching in an integrated way. So it also lets us put the focus back on the quality of the engagement, the quality of the experiences being created for young people to participate in. So the thing that I always find is interesting and disturbing, and I'll say disturbing, about the challenge of getting public education in this country, public schools in particular, from where they are in assessment and accountability to where they need to be to really understand and deeply embed the science of learning and development that we now know so well, is that schools have started on the opposite end of a theory of action. And I'll be quick about this. Because youth organizations engage young people voluntarily, they have to be concerned about quality. Quality defined as not just content, which varies a lot, but context. They have to immediately create a context in which young people feel safe, they feel that they belong, they feel that they can learn, they feel they can grow, they feel that they can make friends. If they don't get that right, young people won't come back. You can't teach kids if they're not there. They're required to be in school. They're not required to be in youth organizations. So that fact that we have to start with a quality context in order to get them there, then we have to build in the content in relevant enough ways to get them really engaged. When you do that, you then get to a lot of growth in a lot of skill areas integrated together. Like I just read with the Pike County format. That language that I just read in Pike County, youth organizations have been using that language for 100 years. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We talk about young people in terms of a broad set of competencies that they should be developing, and then we create activities and supports for them to do that, and on their own level with a multi-age group, et cetera. And then finally, if young people have really built those skills, practiced those skills, and named them so they know what they have, they can transfer those skills into other areas. They can transfer them into school. They can transfer them into work. So we call that the QUEST model. Quality gets you engagement, gets you skill growth, gets you transfer to other outcome areas. Schools start with a required set of outcomes. It's too narrow, and we measure them too narrowly. And then because we start in that narrow place, you can't get backwards. You can't go backwards across that theory of action. Everything has been constrained by the way we've defined it. So this is a critically important discussion to have, but we need to broaden it to understand if we don't give communities and young people, especially communities and young people of color, the opportunity to really define what they want to be in a way that makes sense to them, and then define what it looks like in a way that we can put rubrics behind it, then we can get to how do we assess, how do we know if this is happening? That way we will get to a balance. Then we have the technology and everything else to connect these things across systems, across the school system and the out-of-school system. There's no reason why we can't have young people getting credit for what they're doing in both places. Or learning at home during the pandemic. All these things can happen if we shift to a competency-based model and we understand what science tells us, which is learning happens everywhere and growth is driven by relationships and context.
Thank you. So to continue, thank you, yes. Absolutely. So one of the things that I'm hearing from you, you've talked a lot about broadening perhaps the identity of the people who are participating in the assessment creation. You're talking about broadening it in a bit of a different way, which is broadening what we are actually trying to, what we're measuring, how we're measuring. I'm curious about like how, what's being lifted up by Karen here in terms of a broader array of competencies, or at least moving and shifting towards a competency-based model that can be adequately assessed. To what extent do you find that your field is engaged in that conversation, and what kind of strides are being made to at least sort of address what's being lifted up there?
Right. There are many things that I like about the work that you all have been doing on the study and the report that's forthcoming. What I would say is that as we look at what exists, and listening to Karen's remarks, also think about now what's possible. What is it that we want to invent for the future of assessment? I'll use two examples. One is a project that we're calling, and it's brand new, it's called Axol Learns. And we're doing it with a company called Territorium, which is in Mexico. Rebecca's here from Territorium. And also Soapbox Labs, which is in Ireland. And what Soapbox Lab has done is to invent, and they focus completely on voice recognition and interpretation for young children. Now, not even Siri and Alexa, as you know, have mastered that. This would be for children under the age of 12. And so what we're doing is now constructing an assessment for people when they enter kindergarten. We're going to ask them what they know about mathematics. We're going to ask them the math that they know. Prior to now, they couldn't tell us because they can't write most often. And they are providing it directly to people who sometimes they trust, sometimes they don't. And they don't know how much they have to provide. So we have a lot to learn, but the fact that we're focusing on oral representation of knowledge is potentially breakthrough. We don't have to use it just at that level, can use it more broadly. And, you know, we're calling that project Axol Learns. Axol is an aqua salamander, and we've identified it working with Territorium because we think children will relate to it. Another end of the spectrum, Karen talks about assessment for, you know, practical use and skills. This is an era of credentialing. Credentialing has grown enormously just since Credential Engine has been documenting it in higher education since 2017. Almost 1 million different credentials now. So we're working with a company in the UK called Vitae. It's a public charity. And what they've been doing is taking a look at graduate education. What we've observed is that more people want to go to graduate school, want to work toward PhD degrees, and very often finding themselves underprepared for it. And what Vitae has done is identify 63 skills and attributes that people who are studying in graduate school should possess. And what we want to do is work with Vitae to develop those for both learning and assessment and possibly credentialing. So that would be two ways. Now, to your question about the involvement of people, I can tell you we're working on a project now with a company called Area 9 Lyceum. It's a Danish company. It has an AI platform called Rhapsode. And Rhapsode is reputed to be the best learning AI system platform in the world. And when I ask the people at Area 9 to prove it, they always give me some evidence. And I'm always asking just to make sure. But they like the fact that we can work with them to produce content for learning and assessment. And it's a learning platform, but we think that adding the assessment component to it improves it. They tell us that we produce assessments that are much better than they would to go to market. So we are working together with them, and I can tell you, we make decisions every week, and being at the table, I have an influence over the decisions that get made. Things like who participates in pilot studies. Very often people don't think about the variety of the population.
Well, just into that, that makes me think about, like, there's obviously this emerging concern that people have around AI and embedded bias therein. And so I guess the question, one of those would be like, how is that AI that's being developed in some ways possibly addressing the potentiality for bias. And then secondarily, when you presented the opportunity that's happening with kindergarten students, is there a way in which you all are thinking about how that doesn't become used as a bludgeon, as a tool for tracking, so that a student who's not able to do X is automatically placed here? Is there some thinking that you all are integrating around those things?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to say something that my colleagues would say you shouldn't have said that, but to your last point about Axol, we're working in Broward County Public Schools with the Broward County Public School District. It's the 6th largest school district in the country. It has a really diverse population, as you know, multiple languages, which is also important. Thinking about assessing people in their native language. Also thinking about there are 142 elementary schools in that district. Thinking about the stratification of the district by social class, by ethnicity, and so on. Selecting bits of places from each segment of the population, trying to cover the representation rather than thinking that we can, go to one place and produce an instrument. And that's happened historically.
Mm-hmm.
So those kind of decisions are really important. And having people at the table, we've talked to people who say things like, I've worked in a kindergarten and I asked the students the first day, to tell me their names. And the variety of responses people get to that basic question. If you convey that to somebody who's developing standardized tests, they might not believe it. Some people encountering students who can't tell them their name on the first day of school. Mm-hmm. So, it's just really important to think about who's involved.
I want to track from a team. I saw a wrap-up message, but I also want to believe that there's some question and answer time, because I know that there's probably some questions in this room that we would present to these two amazing panelists. So I think we wanted to create and open up just a little bit of time for some Q&A. So this is that opportunity. There is the mic, and we also want to invite folks on the live stream, if there's some questions that you have that are coming through, to bring those into the space as well. So let's get to it for a few minutes, if you will. Any questions that are coming up that you want to position? And I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind. Thank you so much, sir. And please say your name. Let us know anything about you that might be important as you ask your question.
My name is Pedro Scotto. I'm from Portland, Oregon, Urban League of Portland. More of a comment. So I'm the youth manager, and the AI. I think it's awesome. We're embarking on a program with AI right now. And your comment about concerns about ethics and what it could be used to be done, we see that. I have family that live in the UK, and the cameras that they have with the recognition for people's information that gets placed in. So as you're in the system and you're seen as a fan who's a problematic person, then if you go places, it recognizes you. So it could be used that way. And then in our community, that's something that people generally have a concern about, because we've been disenfranchised and treated poorly. But it's an exciting tool that can be used. And in the work that I'm doing, I'm going through a program right now, 5 weeks. Today is the final process of getting a certification and using that for students after school, right? So in Portland, we have a couple of contracts with Portland Public Schools where they said they're not culturally competent to help our kids. My thing is, I think we need to have more of us in the spaces where our kids need to learn, and having them see people who look like themselves, because that promotes learning. That's my belief. And then the mainstream needs to hire more people that are Black and brown. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and when I was in school, when I saw people who looked like me and cared about what I thought, I performed better in school. And so I'm glad to be in this space, sharing this time with folks. And it's exciting that we're having the discussion, but I also want to know, like, what are we going to do with the information in the larger society? You know, like, how will we provide this information to the people who need it so they can help the youth?
Thank you. I think there's always the question, and I think that's a question that we're already really deeply considering, so I don't want to, jump the gun by saying that we have the answer to that question, but I think the intention right now is to make sure that all the information is distilled broadly and it's shared in ways that are going to allow for folks to be able to react, not just in this room. So this is a starting point for that. So thank you for your comment, and thank you for asking that question and holding us accountable to making sure that that continues to be sort of lived through. Question?
Yeah, thank you so much. And this is incredible. I mean, we couldn't ask for better speakers or an event that's more timely in this country. So my question is very specifically about the integration of mentors into this process. I just feel like there are people out there that can help facilitate the testing needs that we have and really help individuals understand how to leverage the testing instruments to move through systems or to codify the instruments and to look at their own competencies. So I'm curious how you see mentors playing a part in this.
Well, first of all, I want to acknowledge that the National Partnership for Student Success was just kicked off about 2 months ago by the White House. And that's a partnership specifically to increase by 250,000 the number of people in communities who are trained into what are called high-quality people-powered supports. Mentors are first of that. Mentors, tutors, success coaches, wraparound services coordinators, post-secondary success pathway coordinators. These are the people who have been named with research behind them that says if young people have these people in their lives, they are more likely to succeed academically, they're more likely to succeed vocationally, they're more likely to get to the end of whatever the journey is that they want to get to. So that's an important piece to say. I say that because mentors are critically important, but it's equally important for us to understand that each of those specified roles that I said, while slightly different, they all have the fundamental bottom line that they're relationship driven. If you don't have relationships with young people, nothing else is going to happen. So specifically in terms of mentoring young people around test anxiety, mentoring young people around best college pathways, mentoring young people around where they want to go, how they want to connect their school curricula to their after-school curricula, helping them find other interest-driven opportunities. Mentors can do all of that. Youth workers can do all that in the context of youth programs. One of the things that's important for us to do is to name roles, name the kinds of people who are in young people's lives, not by happenstance, but because they are there. They want to be there, they're paid to be there, or they're volunteering to be there, and they're there regularly. Name them. I'll say to the earlier person's comment, we have to name the other people in schools as well. We certainly need to diversify the teacher pipeline, but half the people in schools are not teachers. And those people are people of color. And they're disrespected because they're not in the academic classroom, but they have relationships, they have experiences, and they can be a part of the learning equation as well.
And if I might add, thank you for your question. Your question reminds me of three things. One is the classic definition of assessment, which was to sit beside. The imagery you get is a teacher or a student sitting together, learning and ensuring that learning is taking place. The second thing is the Algebra Project, or the Young People's Project, Maisha Moses' initiative with math literacy workers. And the third thing is Marian Wright Edelman and the Children's Defense Fund's Freedom Schools. In each case, it represents examples that we can use about the importance of engaging mentors and people on a regular basis, both not just in assessment, but also in learning.
I think it was, I was given the wrap up. Was it one question left? There was one more question, so please, who had that last question? Thank you.
It's a little high, sorry. Hi, my name is Adia Turner. I'm a new program manager at the National Urban League in the Education and Youth Department. Up until about a month ago, I was a middle school public education teacher. I taught 7th grade English. And when I'm listening to this conversation around assessments, I think there's a huge connection to content. So how are we driving assessments that are based on student profiles or a portrait of a graduate if the content itself doesn't also connect to that? Because I know a constant question that I had in my years of teaching was, yeah, my student can read this passage, but are they empathetic enough to understand a different perspective? Do they have the wherewithal to critically think on their own, especially with all technology and social media that is taking place? So I hope I'm making sense, but how do we craft and create these assessments that are driven on larger ideals of learning if the content that I'm required to teach in a classroom does not reflect the same thing?
That's a huge question, and my only answer is we just have to get angry and change it, because you can't do it, or only the extremely skilled teacher can do that. Can get you to the place where you've got content prescribed to be doled out in a certain amount of time, in a certain amount of courses or curricula, to an age group or an age-specific group of young people whose skills may be varied, their experiences may be varied, and you're really not allowed in that content that is delivered to you, you're not allowed to really get to know them and get them to the end point, but get them there in a way that is more responsive. Doing that, juggling that balance between can I cover all the things I'm supposed to cover while making this meaningful is hard. It's almost impossible. It's why when there's been studies done of teachers to look at how they're dealing with content, and there's a study done recently, I'll get you the specifics on it, they found that about 40% of teachers lead with relationships, right? They found that another 30 to 40% lead with instruction. Only about 20% do both. And in that 20% that do both, only 6% were able to get you to the highest level of instruction while still maintaining the relationships that had young people engaged. So it seems like we're pitting engagement against learning. But that's only because of how we set up the system. We know that engagement drives learning unless you put a system in place in which learning has been so decoded, what's the word I'm thinking of? It's been broken down into such tiny pieces that are meaningless.
Atomized.
Atomized, thank you, good word. Learning has been so atomized and abstracted that it doesn't engage and it's not leading to meaning. So I applaud you being in the classroom. I applaud you coming out of the classroom to go into a more flexible learning environment. But I don't think we can solve the problem without tackling it head on. And I think if we do the simple thing of doing these portraits of a learner, portraits of a graduate, getting to the point where people are saying real competencies that they want your people to have, the next step is to ask, where did you learn that? Where did you learn it as an adult? Where do you think your kid is learning it? Because you're going to find they're not learning it in school. Or if they're learning it in school, they're not learning it in the classroom. And that's not because our teachers don't care. It's not because they can't do it. It's because of the constraints on the system.
Yeah, I hear commentary from a continuum from teachers teaching subject matter that is not reflected on the test, all the way to the opposite end of the spectrum, where teachers feel so restricted that every day they have a menu to follow, and it is aligned with the assessment because the two are designed together. One initiative that the National Urban League engaged in with the 95 affiliates, and there may be more now, was to engage with the local school board and getting more people in the community involved with the school board. Because what very often gets assessed begins with the RFP, the request for proposals that are generated by state boards of education. I think you really have to begin to think about that as one of the sources of the challenge that we face, and that is the assessment companies are very much competing for the business of those school districts or anybody else, the military, anybody else that needs assessments. And the specifications that come out and the requirements from those places are really important to affect.
I think it's an amazing point to end on. Kind of goes back to what we talked about, where accountability lives across the system and where we can begin to start to drive the work that we need to do in the advocacy space. I want to thank both of you for just taking the time to be here with us today, for sharing your wisdom. There's a lot of knowledge that was dropped between the two of you over the last half an hour. So please just give it up for everyone. Give it up for these two amazing people. So to get us into our conversation that we're going to have, an opportunity to do some reacting to a video momentarily that's focusing on assessment and accountability. We've been talking about these two concepts. We're going to continue to have a deeper dialogue with folks who hold some significant, important expertise that can help give us more context. I'm going to do some introductions. So to my furthest left, we have Ray Hart. Not Dr. Ray Hart. He's an executive director of the Council of Great City Schools. Thank you so much for being here, Ray. To his immediate right, we have Dr. Ashley L. White, who is a fellow in Equity, Access, and Opportunity Center for Prosperity at the Center for Prosperity Strategy in the NAACP. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. And finally, we have Dr. Felton Moss, who's a senior professional lecturer at American University. I know there's other things that are parts of your titles. I've read your bios, they're incredible. Thank you for being here. So as an audience, what you should know is that we're gonna do some quick introductions and we're gonna pivot immediately into a short video. And this is what's gonna happen for the next two panels. We're gonna get a chance to watch the video, which is gonna be illuminating, bringing some student voices, some constituent voices into the space, and then we're gonna give us an opportunity to react to those in real time. So they don't know exactly what the questions are gonna be, but they're gonna get a chance to answer them nevertheless. So I'm gonna turn it to our production team to get us moving into that first video, and then we'll come back and we'll have a chance to talk.
The food quality, that's a big one, because a lot of kids need energy to get through the day and stuff. There's a lot of things you could factor in. The race of the teachers, sometimes that plays a big part of how the kids interact with them and stuff.
Just the whole entire faculty and staff, specifically on that, how committed they are to making sure the students do well on their tests. Everyone, no matter how smart they are, everyone should be good.
By the way they treat their students and their faculty, and the way they handle the problems, the issues, because not every school is perfect. Every school has its problems and issues.
Yes, I feel like our state standardized tests do have a good measurement of everything I learned throughout the year.
I think they are a good measurement of what I know. I say that because the questions on there are related to what I've learned throughout the school year, always, and they properly gauge what I know because, they're related to what I've learned. So it's a good test and it helps gauge what I know.
I bombed it, because first it's a 3-hour-long test with bare to minimum breaks, and I most definitely do get test anxiety, knowing that it is such a big test, and people have the tendency to be like, this test may determine what school you could get into, or may center around if you're going to be successful, which I most definitely want to be, and it's kind of putting a lot of pressure on me. If I don't do good on this test, you're not going to be successful.
right. Thank y'all for listening. So we had some very direct, specific questions asked of young people, and giving them an opportunity to offer their insights, which may align with our own, which may be different than our own. And we're going to give a chance for this, for all three of you to respond. So I'm going to start to my immediate left and just start with this question that was the first one that was presented to the students was, what should a school be rated on? What should a school be rated on?
Yeah, I think this is a really great question, and it makes me think about a broader definition of assessment. I think we've talked about assessment in a very narrow sense in this country since a nation at risk, and it has often been relative to standardized assessments. I'd like to see a broader definition of assessments in a sense that we think about, as the student said, the diversity of the educator workforce in that building. I think what I classify this as is this term called opportunity to learn. So often we produce accountability results and we only measure things like math, reading, and science, but we're not really measuring what opportunities exist in that community. So how much funding is actually in that space. So we really need a broader definition of assessments to really understand what opportunities exist for students to be able to learn in a community. You've heard a lot about social emotional learning in this space, the way in which teachers and leaders are serving students and meeting their social and emotional health. And so I believe those things are important. Now, the student mentioned in the video school lunch. I'm thinking about my time. I would have loved to have done an assessment on our school lunch. The grilled cheese and soup was great. Some of the other stuff was not so great. But I think we really have to have a broader definition of assessment. And I'll end this by saying this. I fundamentally believe assessment is concerned with allocation of resources. And so if assessment is about allocation of resources, then we certainly need a broader definition so we can ensure that we're directing resources to the right folks.
Thank you. Dr. White?
So I will second that about the school lunch. In all of my 15 years of teaching, I never ate it. Mom unpacked my lunch because my kids didn't like it and I didn't like it either. And so oftentimes I would provide alternative forms of lunch for my students. But to answer the question, I think we should be thinking about what students know. But when we envision assessment, we have to envision it much in the same way that good teachers teach. And what I learned in my time as an educator in the classroom is that there are fundamental concepts that are used when we witness student growth, when we witness student proficiency. And those are concepts like progress monitoring, evidence-based practices, and somehow that gets lost in traditional standardized assessments. Something else that I think would be important to consider is how our teachers are faring, right? Our teachers are the stewards of the educational experiences that our children are receiving. And oftentimes, you can tell how students are learning in the affect of those that are teaching them. I can also say that in terms of assessments, while they do have their place, I taught in a school where we were constantly a D or an F, right? I taught in a school where my teachers also could teach rings around any teacher at the A school across town. We would put our teachers up against their teachers any day of the week. But unfortunately, that didn't show up in our school grade. It didn't show up in student gains. And one of the reasons is because we don't have variability in the way that we assess students. So it's not so much about standardized assessments as is broadening that perspective and creating holistic assessments in the way that we think about good teaching.
Right.
I think that to answer your question, particularly about accountability and how we should judge schools, et cetera, I think our accountability system, as we've developed it, has really taken us down a path of really solving the wrong problem. Because one of the things that we've done is we've said schools are good or bad, schools are successes or failures. But when you actually look at the data, one of the things that we analyze quite a bit is the data from the National Assessment of Educational Progress. And 27 of our urban districts, I represent 77 of the nation's largest urban school districts, 27 of them volunteer for the tutor program, which is a trial urban district program. But when you look at the performance of the students across school type, doesn't matter, charter schools, public school systems, if you look at students who are in poverty, they perform the same no matter what school they attend. Private schools are the exact same. There's actually research studies that showed that students who randomly received vouchers to go to private schools, and when you compare those students to students who remained in their public school system, the private schools actually had a negative effect on their math and reading achievement. And one of the things that we've done is we've solved the problem, or trying to solve the problem, of good and bad schools. But one of the things that we recognize, there's a report on our website, it's called Mirrors or Windows. And in that report, we actually analyzed what we call educational torque, which is what was just mentioned a moment ago about putting our teachers up against others. And we looked at large city school districts versus everyone else. And what we saw in that report was that our districts significantly outperformed the rest of the nation when you control for the types of students who were in the building. The other thing that we noticed is that when we actually look at, and this is in research that we've done, but when you actually look at the performance of students in poverty, so if you look at African-American students in poverty in large urban school districts compared to African-American students in poverty in suburban schools, private schools, we significantly outperform them in their achievement. Now, to be sure, we have a lot of work to be done in our school districts to make sure our schools have an equitable education. But I think the real issue is, what does it take in this nation? What type of investment, which was shared earlier, does it take to change achievement for students who are from our traditionally marginalized communities? We've known for years that IDEA is underfunded for students with special education, but we haven't funded it. And the funding that we've just gotten with the American Rescue Plan funds, that's the funding that education should have been receiving all along. You know, we've acted like it's a great windfall of money, but we should have been making those investments in education all along. It shouldn't be a short-term, one-time deal. And we're already proving in our districts, and I apologize for being long-winded in my answer, but we're already proving in our districts, in Dallas, in other places, in Dallas ISD, for example, African-American students are now already outperforming where they were pre-pandemic. In Birmingham public schools, this year, students scored 9 percentage points in third grade math, 5 percentage points better in math than they did a year ago at this time. So what it shows is that investments in our students and investments in our kids makes a difference in their educational outcomes. I'll talk more about our communities overall in a moment, but those investments make a difference, and those are some of the things that we really need to look at, is how are we investing in kids, and what does it take to really move the needle on student achievement for our traditionally marginalized communities.
I mean, just as a quick reaction, and I'm sure a number of you all saw the headline last week around, student assessment scores and the sort of really what it seemed to be pretty daunting, like losses, if you will. And it seems like you're presenting something that is actually counter to that story. I'm not sure if I've read that anywhere or anywhere else. Like, I guess my question is, why is that? Why are we not seeing more of that story? Why is that not being lifted up? Is it maybe I'm just missing it? But I'm imagining you saw the headlines last week, and I'm imagining you were like, well, there's a more complex story, a nuanced story here. And so I just wanted to present that back to you, knowing that there's a larger meta-narrative happening out there, but you have some different data that's showing you something different. Is there something that we're missing here in terms of how we're talking about it that is not allowing the information that which you're experiencing to kind of become more of a national story, if you will?
I think it's one of the things that we talk about. We share the stories of our districts, our district performance with the Department of Ed, with others. So just trying to get that narrative out there. I think one of the things that was in one of the previous slides was really talking about the counter narrative and that narrative of what's prevalent in the community. But when you really dig deep and you really look underneath things, what you see is that our teachers, and I speak for our large urban school districts, but our teachers and our administrators are changing lives every day. There was a discussion a little earlier about really looking at kindergarten. And I'm not a proponent of kindergarten, but I think kindergarten is one of the most important aspects of our assessment, and where we really need to understand how to invest in kids and where we need to invest in kids to really turn the narrative around. But if we looked at kindergarten and we looked at the growth of kids between kindergarten, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, I'll use Chicago as an example. One of the greatest, there's a study by Sean Reardon that showed that one of the greatest impacts on student growth in the nation is the Chicago public schools. Between 4th and 8th grade, their kids grow more than almost all other students in the nation. But it's a narrative that you don't hear. It's the narrative that's not prevalent in the community. And so that is the narrative that we try to share. That's the data that we try to analyze.
Thank you. So there's a communications opportunity here. I'm gonna come back to you, Dr. White, and just start with the second question. As we saw with the students, there were 2 questions they responded to. So we talked about the first one about what they should be rated on, and I'm sure there's more to discuss around that. But then there's a question around standardized tests in general, and there were a variety of responses we heard young people present. So the question I'm gonna present back to you is, do you think standardized tests are or can be a good measurement of what young people know and can do?
Before I answer that, something I forgot to do for those in the disability community who may be watching, I am wearing a cream shirt and black pants. So I wanted to make sure I do that. I forget sometimes. But to answer your question, I think standardized tests in the term standard could be useful, right? I think, though, the version of standardized assessments that we have now can be and has been extremely harmful. And I'll tell you why. Much like other standardized assessments in the field of teaching, whether that be IQ tests, whether that be college entrance exams, whether that be even licensure exams for teachers, are rooted in what I like to think of as the guise of objectivity, right? And when we think about reliability and validity, are they reliable? Are they valid? Yes, they are. But the question is, in what context? What historical context are they reliable? And in what historical context are they valid? And I would argue, much as what was intimated in the presentation of findings, that there is an essence of overt, actually, racism, right? Ableism that functions through these assessments. So in thinking about standardized, we have to think about that term separate from the standardized assessments that we know now. I would also encourage us to think about the history of when standardized assessments came to be. Much like other assessments in the teaching field, this occurred circa Brown v. Board of Education, right? And so as an intentional attack against efforts to desegregate students. And so we have to think about these things when asking ourselves, can they be useful? We have to think about that in the context, historical and present context, right? And so those are 2 things I would just like to lift up. I think there are many ways of measuring students that are standardized, that are happening in classrooms already, right? As a teacher, I can tell you all of the times and all of the ways that I was able to standardly measure my students in terms of, that was mentioned as well, thinking about where are they and what is the next level up, right? That is happening. It's just that we're not tapping into that in the way that we need to be to create equitable outcomes for students and to measure student growth in the way that it should be. That is one of the reasons why every year my school came up as a D or F, despite the gains that were made, despite the growth, is because of the way that we were conceptualizing this term, standardized assessments.
I see you nodding, so I'm gonna have you build on that.
Yeah, so much powerful stuff said in that statement. You know, this is where I start with this conversation around standardized testing. I was a school principal, I was a school teacher, I worked at the Department of Education, and one of the issues what I have with this conversation around standardized testing is if the standard centers whiteness, it's where I begin to struggle in the beginning. And so if the standard centers whiteness and then there's no deliberate attempt to decenter whiteness in assessments, then I struggle with that. I think the second place that I struggle in this conversation with standardized testing, and then I'll tell you what I really believe and how I reconcile that difference, is when we take standardized testing and it becomes high stakes testing, right? When we begin to make all of our decisions about schools and who they will become. Fact of the matter is, when you give a kid a test at the end of the academic year, and then you give a school a letter grade at the end of the academic year, that sends signals about that community. It sends signals about the teachers in that building. It sends signals about the young folk that are in that building. And so I have problems with that. And so it's when standardized testing centers whiteness, it's when it becomes high-stake testing that I struggle. Where I reconcile the need for a set of assessments is this notion that if we did not have assessments, we would not know who's learning. And the flip side of that is we wouldn't know who's not learning, we wouldn't know who is learning. And so I sit in this position where we have a lot of work to do in this country to really reconcile assessments, because we certainly need to know who isn't learning in this country. We know who is learning, right? Fact of the matter is we know who it is. But I think standardized tests have their place in our society. I just struggle with the standard. And this goes to my thoughts around validity of assessments. Yes, in a sense, these assessments are valid. But they're valid because, again, we're centering whiteness. So in what ways are the items on this assessment able to measure the lived experiences of students and families of color across our country? And so I think we have a lot of work to do in terms of understanding the place that standardized assessments have in this country. And if we're going to continue to advance policy, we've got to stop for a moment and ask ourselves, what are we centering? And I mean that. And Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley says this, and I love it. She says, those that are impacted by the pain the most need to be close to the power. And so why I'm using that quote is that in our decision-making about whether or not we want to use these assessments, we need to bring folks to the conversation that have been pained in this work. That's young folks, that's Black folk, that's students who are not able in our situation. So I struggle with this, but I think we need these guardrails so that we can get resources to the right place. But this country is not using assessments to direct resources right now. We're using assessments to give labels like probation, which sounds like the school to prison pipeline to me.
So I want to come back to a couple of the concepts that you've raised, but I also want to make sure I want to hear from all of you on this question. So if you want me to repeat the question, I'll be happy to do so. But it is that question around are they these standardized assessments a good measurement of what students know and can do? Like you can respond to it as currently constituted or as a general idea of what testing could potentially be.
So my background is, my doctoral degree is in psychometrics and test development and all that wonderful stuff. So I would love nothing more than to put you all to sleep and tell you everything about reliability and validity and standardized assessments and what they are and what it all means. But I think the more important thing is, for example, many people in the community don't know a lot about how the tests are developed. They don't know a lot about, they have perceptions about how they're developed, but don't know in reality. And we talked about reliability and validity from the standpoint of whiteness. But I think what it does tell us, and which was shared earlier, is it does tell us where we are. And one of the things that's most important is for our students. I have a student at home, my daughter, who is a special needs student. I have 4 kids, but one is a special needs student. And my wife and I wanted to make sure that she had the same sets of opportunities as her peers as she grew up. She's 22 years old. And as she went through school, she got to high school, they told us she should only take vocational classes. She's not going to ever get an academic diploma. And we made sure that 1, she could perform well on her standardized assessments. 2, that we made sure that they gave her, she actually graduated not with 1 diploma, but with 2, a vocational diploma and an academic diploma, and went on to college. But for all parents who have kids in school, they want to make sure and they want to know that their child can compete with every other child who's graduating across the country. As a parent, that's what I wanted for my daughter. And that's what we want to make sure all of our students know, as you mentioned earlier. It's about what students know and are able to demonstrate that they can do. So from that perspective, I think standardized assessments are important, but I don't think standardized assessments are the issue. I think the major issue, and going back to what I said earlier, even poor students who go to high-achieving schools, those high-achieving schools don't graduate those poor students at a higher rate than any other schools. The low-performing schools that we call low-performing are graduating kids who are poor, who are English language learners, who are students with disabilities at much higher rates than the highest performing schools in the country. But what it reflects is that we aren't making the investments that we need in those schools for them to be successful. And it's not just the schools, so I mentioned I'll come back to this. It's our communities as well. Jackson Public Schools is one of our communities. And in Jackson Public Schools for the last week, they've missed an entire week of school because they don't have good water quality. One of the residents in Jackson said last week, we've been on a boil water alert for 3 months. And she said, quote, you can't boil the lead out of the water. But what we know is the lead in the water makes a difference in terms of our student learning and our student achievement. So when we disinvest or divest from making investments, not just in education, but in our broader community, all of that plays a role in what our students are able to demonstrate that they know and are able to do. So that is the issue we need to fix. And I'll make one additional point and then I'll shut up. And that is last week, 2 weeks ago, in August, there was a report that came out in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, if you're not familiar with the state legislature in Wisconsin, but the state legislature in Wisconsin over the last decade has siphoned $3.9 billion out of education. Wisconsin, based on the revenue that just came in since January plus previous years, now has a $7 billion unexpected surplus, none of which are they reinvesting in schools. So a total of $10 billion in one state that's not being invested in schools and kids that would make us, it makes the difference between what we can and what we can't do with kids, as we've shown with ARP and other things. So again, I don't know that, yes, do assessments, standardized assessments, that's my background, yes, they do measure what we want to know, but it's not the assessments, it's not how we use them, it's whether or not we're making the investments to ensure that all of our kids can compete.
So I wanted to come back, this idea of centering whiteness has come up a couple times, both in the data that's been presented and I think even in this panel thus far. And what I wanted to do is unpack that a little bit with you. I think it's important that we unpack certain terminology, language, and whatever else have you, whether it's accountability. It's been raised to me already today. What do we mean by that? Can you break it down for me a little bit more? In part because we do know that there are folks who have a counter perception, which is that math is not racist ever. Like, that's just math. You can do math, you can't do math. So the question I'm presenting back to you is how, for someone who is struggling to recognize how it is the case that something can center whiteness, especially if we're trying to create shared narratives of a nation, what do you say to that? How do you say that that is a problem and that it exists?
Yeah, no, I really appreciate this question, and I'll answer it from a content perspective on the start of it. I taught 10th grade English and 12th grade English in Greenwood, Mississippi. I have a house in Jackson, so I appreciate you saying that before I moved to DC. But I was a Teach for America teacher in Greenwood, Mississippi. Money, Mississippi was 1.5 miles down the road. I was teaching English 2, which was a state-tested course. Every passage that came out on that state exam, this state exam literally was the gatekeeper for whether or not my students would graduate high school or not. Mind you, the federal guidance does not say that states have to use state testing to determine if a student graduates or not. But I was sitting in my class and I was giving a lecture about Emmett Till. And Emmett Till was accused of whistling at a white woman 1.5 miles down the road. And my students in Greenwood had been cycled through a system of schooling that have been focused on standardized assessments, and they did not know their own history and the history of their own people that had happened just 1.5 miles down the road from their school. But they were well aware of the history of others, but not their own history. And so the question that I consistently ask about standardized assessments is, where will my students see themselves in these assessments? And I think the failure to allow Black and brown students to see themselves in assessments is the centering of whiteness. It is the application of white idea and white concepts at the expense of Black and brown children not having an experience with their own narratives, their own lives, their own lived experiences. And we have consistently done that. We have consistently rejected our stories. And when I say our, that's Black folk, that's brown folks, that's people that have been racially minoritized in this country. And that's what I mean by centering whiteness in assessments. And I just can't say it enough, is that it bothered me at my core that they have been in schools that were labeled at some point A and B schools, but did not receive an A or B education that affirmed their racial identity, their cultural identity. And so how do we get assessments to a place where it does that? And that's what I mean by the centering of whiteness. I think the second part of what I mean by centering of whiteness is the usability of that, right? As we continue to become a more globalized society, centralization and marginalization happens in this country, where we want to prepare people to do a specific thing so that America can compete and be a world power and be a light on a hill. And so long as we do that, that is centering whiteness, and it does not give way or give space for people to be who they want to become. And so that's what I mean by centering whiteness.
Looking at both of you, I want to be able to contribute to this panel. Anything that this is thank you.
So the first thing I would say is that when you center whiteness, there are other areas that are also centered in that context, right? And I think we have to also remember that the English language is centered when we center whiteness. Able-bodiedness, as we normally know it, is also centered, right? Able-mindedness is also centered, right? Christianity is also centered. Antiquated gender norms are also centered. So when we talk about centering whiteness, we are talking about a whole host of areas, and all of that fits into that larger context. I think also, I can't help but to reflect on teaching to the test. I remember I was teaching in Florida, Hillsborough County is 7th, 8th largest school district in the nation. And I was reviewing at the time it was not the FSA, it was the FCAT. And we're going over the questions, right? Because we've been mandated to spend half of our school day reviewing the previous year's test, right? And one of the questions was about a kayak. And one of my students said, "Miss White, what's a kayak?" And I thought, I don't actually know. And I'm a teacher, right? So we had to look that up together. Here I am with a bachelor's degree. I've been teaching for a good 5 or 6 years, and I couldn't draw in my mind what a kayak was because it was not an experience that I had had. And I think that kind of adds to this conversation around centering whiteness. The other thing I will say is in answer to your previous question, do standardized tests tell us what students know? Those tests tell us what some students know. And they don't even tell us all of what they know, which is why we need to expand the way that we think about assessing our students, and it should be a continuous, ongoing thing throughout the year. The progress monitoring that teachers are required to do should count in more ways than it does. I think also I can't help but to reflect on the provision in ESSA, the innovative assessment provision. There are currently, I think 7 states are allowed to do this. Last I checked, there were 5 that were doing it. And so I would be curious to learn what the outcomes will be at the end of that pilot project with the levity to create alternative forms of assessments in their states to find out what the outcomes for that will be.
So I think, assessments, standardized assessments in particular, but all assessments, I think, can benefit from growth, from improvement, from continuous improvement, so that we really truly capture what all kids know and can do. But I think at the same time, there's another side to that as well, and it has to do with what we do as individuals. And you mentioned math. I'm biased toward math because of my background. But I went to an all-black African-American high school on the south side of Atlanta. And one of the things that our teachers insisted upon was that even though we were African-American kids in a community outside of Atlanta, they insisted on the fact that we could learn to do math, that we could learn to read. They had a set of expectations for us that we could do more than what we thought we were incapable of. I wouldn't be sitting here if it weren't for those teachers' investments in me and what they poured into me because they believed in me. And one of the things that we do to children quite often is we look at children, I've seen it as I've gone around the country, we look at children and we predetermine what they are capable of doing and what they are capable of learning. And we say to kids, you're not capable of learning math. You're not capable of being able to read a passage in a standardized test. And when we tell them that, they start to internalize that. When they internalize that, then they don't perform. But one of the things that we need to do is set high expectations for all the kids that we teach and all the kids that walk through our doors. And when they walk through the doors, don't marginalize them and say, oh, you can't learn, so I'm gonna relegate you to a different program. One of the things about the council, our student population is 44% Latino, is 26% African American, and almost 80% of our students are free and reduced price lunch. It's over 70%. In that population, one of the things that we do as we travel around the country is making sure that all of our schools understand and are teaching kids at grade level, teaching them the curriculum that they're supposed to see at the grade level, and then challenging them beyond that. So in the after-school programs and the things they participated in, they get more than what they would have seen. But that's one of the things that we need to make sure we do for children, is make sure we recognize that every child can learn math, reading, 2 languages, 3 languages. No matter what we put in front of them, they are able to grasp it. But if we don't have high expectations for them, then the standardized tests are irrelevant, because we aren't going to make sure that they're prepared when they step out of the world, step out of our school systems and into the world.
I have one last question before we turn it into the audience, which is that it's an observation that I'm making, and I think a lot of us in this room are making, that there are a number of governors in our country who are redesigning education policy in their states, to put it in a sort of gentle manner. I live in Washington, D.C., and Virginia is nearby, and in more recent months, it was an executive order, I think, that has really kind of taken a lot of people aback, because it's presenting a notion that the way to deal with quote unquote teacher shortages is by sort of lowering the threshold for entry. It is the case, I think I've most recently learned, even in our roundtables, as a matter of fact, that Arizona is removing a requirement for a 4-year degree to even enter the classroom as a teacher. So this is also Florida's and other places is happening. And there may be a number of reasons this is taking place. So putting that aside for a moment, I want to use that as a preface to the question that I want to ask you. And I'm going to start here, and then we'll go there, and we'll kind of end with you. How about that? So if you were to redesign how we hold schools and districts accountable for student learning and development, what changes would you expect to see?
Yeah, I think this is a really hard question, but I think that we have a unique opportunity at some point in this country to really think about the way in which we hold schools accountable. And I want to deal with the word accountable and really holding schools accountable. I don't think we have flexibilities in ESSA, right, that allow states to go out and retool their education system to be able to get results. And this really goes back to my first point around opportunities to learn. I'd like to literally see us have a system by which we hold policymakers accountable so that schools can be accountable. And that sounds very convoluted, but let me tell you what I mean. Like, we are literally asking I was a school principal in a school turnaround school, and we are literally asking teachers and principals to do really, really hard things with systems that do not allow them to do that. We are literally turning out school leaders who are not prepared to deal with assessment systems. So what does that mean? Folks like me who sit at the university, we've got to literally retrain school principals to be prepared to go out and lead these schools in authentic ways. We've got to have policymakers who are sitting in the mayor's office, who are sitting on boards, who understand that we can no longer use property taxes to fund our system, and we'll always have a disequal system when we're using property taxes to do that. So I know your question was around accountability system for schools, but I think we really need to turn our attention to a holistic approach to accountability so that school leaders and teachers and principals and district office folks can really do the hard work. I think when you look at countries, since we love to compare ourselves to other countries, when you look at countries who do this well and who serve their school districts well, they make significant investments, as you spoke of earlier. But there's a sense of accountability for schools doing well. And I asked this question in my class last night. Why is economic strength a pillar in affluent communities and not in communities that's not affluent? And if it was a pillar in communities if economic strength is a pillar in communities that are not affluent, then there would be a rush from leadership, from mayors, from governors, and all of those folks to improve the economic standing in that particular community. And so when you talk about accountability, I actually think we need to turn our sights and attention to our elected leaders who create the conditions for us to have really good schools that we can then hold accountable for ensuring that students learn. I hate to flip your question in that way, but I think that's where we need to turn our sights and attention.
That actually came up a lot in our roundtable discussion, so it's great to hear it echo back here in this space as well. Let me bring it down to you, Ray.
So I'll just share two, and I shared them earlier, but I think the first of which is I talked earlier about schools that get A's and schools that get F's, as you shared earlier. The schools that get A's are schools that have very few students with disabilities or very few English language learners, but they should be judged on how they educate their students with disabilities and their English language learners and not hide from the fact that they can't educate those kids. And so I think from an accountability perspective, create accountability systems about those who have traditionally, or how schools do with their traditionally marginalized students. And then make a judgment about what happens to students in those schools. So if you can't educate a student with special needs, you can't get an A. If you can't educate an English language learner or a student in poverty, you can't get an A. And if you can take that student in poverty from where they are to a much higher level, to degrees, high school diplomas, college, careers, etc., you deserve an A. Because you have made an investment in that child, you have poured into them, and you've given them far more than what they had walking through the door. And I don't want you to confuse what I'm saying, in that, yes, their families and their parents and their communities have also made an investment in their lives, but it takes that entire community helping to lift that child. So it's not just the school. So take a look at the communities and judge the communities for what they were able to accomplish as well. So that's one. Second is looking at kindergarten, which I talked about earlier, and really, again, taking a look at where we move children as they move through the educational system. Our school districts, particularly our large urban districts, again, are graduating and making sure students are successful in ways that we never see, we never observe. And so for us, it's those two things. It's looking at that accountability system that really says, how well are we doing with the students that we serve?
I would argue that, first of all, we don't want to go back to a time where there was no accountability. I think we need to re-envision what we think accountability is, right? But I can't help but to think about No Child Left Behind. And in some of the other spaces where I operate, the contention around divesting, to use your term, from standardized assessments has to do with the way that students with disabilities are counted. And that didn't really happen until No Child Left Behind. And so much in the same way that we situate accountability in that regard, I would argue that we should situate it in the larger context of school climate and the way that we are considering what else is happening in the school. Assessment is just one facet of what happens in our school buildings. So when we situate it in that broader context of what we want students to be, what we want them to know as individuals, as citizens, as people, and use that to help guide the way that we assess and the way that we think about education in general, I think we could really stand to make some gains.
Thank you all. We got some Q&A time. All right, so I see, already, go ahead, man, get to the mic,
All right, good afternoon. My name is Glenn Gilzine. I'm the CEO of the Central Florida Urban League in the happiest place on earth, Orlando, Florida. But my question is a very unique one because I'm a former school board member from Pinellas County, St. Petersburg, Florida. And also for our Rattlers in the house, I'm a university trustee, former university trustee. My question is, how can we leverage HBCU College of Education to really drive assessments, accountability, and equity?
I didn't hear the end of your question, but I would like to address it if you don't mind. What was the end of it? To what?
How can we leverage the College of Educations at HBCUs to address assessments, accountability, and equity?
So may I, if I may, I didn't use the example of Guilford County School District when I was talking about school districts and their achievement. But one of the things that Guilford County did this past year with their ARP funds, their American Rescue Plan funds, is actually go to North Carolina A&T State University. And they went to North Carolina A&T and said, I want the math and the science and the engineering students. I'm going to hire you all to come and tutor our students. I'm going to hire you all to come and work with our students. And oh, by the way, I'm also going to try to recruit you to be teachers in our system. But the result of that was that they outperformed the state this past year in their recovery in mathematics on the state exam. They haven't made up the ground from the pandemic, but they outperformed the state. Not only that, their African-American students, their Hispanic students, their economically disadvantaged students, their ELLs, and their special education students all outperformed in terms of that reduction of the impacts of the pandemic, white students in their district. So it proves that if I go and engage those students and make sure that from an HBCU perspective, we are bringing those students into our districts to become teachers, to become educators, and so that our students see, as I think you mentioned earlier, our students see themselves reflected in other students who have been successful, make all difference in the world.
I really appreciate you giving this scenario. So I worked at an HBCU. I was a professor at Tougaloo College. So there you go. And I've got to make, in the School of Education, I've got to make one more connection. I work for Congresswoman Frederica Wilson as well, of Florida, who leads HBCU work. Let me say this. The research is clear that when Black and brown students have a teacher that shares their racial identity, they're more likely to be successful. That's clear. I think and HBCUs provided the framework or provided Black teachers for us when there were no Black teachers in schools. And so we have to see HBCUs as a central component in diversifying our educator workforce. It is the baseline of being able to do that. And right now, the U.S. Department of Education just released a Hawkins Center of Excellence grants. And oftentimes, our HBCUs don't know about these things or don't have access to the people to be able to apply for that type of funding. And so I think when we talk about achievement this goes for MSIs, right, and HSIs as well, right? These kinds of institutions, we've got to make a significant investment in them because this is the work that they were doing well before now. They've just been under-resourced and underserved in a way and haven't been able to do this work. So I think the way that we support HBCUs in improving Black and brown student achievement and HSIs and MSIs is to invest in those colleges of education. We have the Hawkins Center of Excellence. When President Obama was in office, they authorized the language, but they never funded it. This is the first time we've actually got funding to be able to support schools of education. So I think that is the one way that we can literally support that. And we've got to knock on doors and beat on doors and tell folks that this kind of funding is important so that it can happen. But I can go on and on, so I'll stop here.
Dax, we have a question from our virtual audience. What needs to be done to ensure educators are prepared and have the resources, time, space, support to pivot away from the over-reliance on standardized tests and participate in creating and implementing a variety of high-quality assessments?
You read it one more time?
Long one. So what needs to be done to make sure that educators are prepared and have the resources, time and space to pivot away from over-reliance on standardized tests and to participate in creating and implementing high-quality assessments?
So I'll take that one. I think to Dr. Moss's point, that in large part is a policy-making issue, right? And unfortunately, we don't live in a time where teachers have the agency that they should. And so we have to look to policymakers to help make that adjustment. In terms of producing well-prepared educators, again, to your point, HBCUs prepare more Black educators than any other institution. We have to tap into that. And we also have to re-envision the way that we prepare teachers in our traditional teacher preparation programs to include the very components that we know are essential to create positive learning environments for our students, things that have been discussed today, such as culturally responsive, and might I add, responsible teaching practices, and that we carry that through when they become teachers into their professional development. The other thing is that we have to figure out a way to restamp the teaching profession, rethink the way that we as a society, as an American society, view the profession. And I think that is until we do that, we're not going to draw in the kind of educators that we want, certainly not in numbers and definitely not in quality.
Moving forward.
So Sharif El-Mekki and I were just saying you answered the question that he and I were trying to joggle for to figure out who would ask it. So I'm going to say a lot, but I am going to ask a question. I'm a fourth generation Tuvaluan. Thank you for your time and service at my institution. My mother and I studied English 25 years apart and had the same professor. My grandmother was a 30-year teacher in the state of Ohio. So this is very near and dear to me in various ways. So where'd he go? The guy that was here that asked the question about HBCUs. Again, a lot, but there's a question. I spent nearly 7 years at UNCF building out their K-12 advocacy work. I then moved on to the KIPP Foundation to think about their community engagement work. And now I serve as the CEO of the National Charter Collaborative. I know charter is a four-letter word for far too many people. However, my organization supports Black, Brown, and Indigenous single-site charter school leaders and founders. So my question, in thinking about all that you have said today, which I could stamp and double stamp all of the things that you all have said, I also served as a member of the DC Public Charter School Board. And as an authorizer, recognized that the accountability measures that we have for charter schools in the District of Columbia are not the same as the accountability measures for our traditional public schools. So we have a set of public dollars that are going to schools that are often attacked, although they are doing the very things you said, doing more with less, et cetera. We have this other system that, of course, our mayor, 2 mayors ago, was able to create an accountability measure by having mayoral control. People are trying to dismantle that. And then I hear you talk about what's happening in the state of, what state was that reallocated money and now has a surplus? Wisconsin. We know that, yes, we have to do teacher prep differently. Sharif's work is that. How do we make sure that people of color know that they have to hold their elected officials accountable in a way that will ensure that if we set up the accountability measures, we have teacher pipelines, that we have all the things that we had prior to, not Roe, clearly I'm thinking about being a woman right now as well, Brown versus Board, right? That if we are not thinking about how to hold those people accountable, they're gonna continue to make decisions that throw us off. We look at school boards, people running for office so that they can aspire to another office. You have people that are sitting in seats every day making critical decisions in terms of funding and budgets, but have no connection to the people who look like those of us that are in this room. So what is that, what would you all say in the roles that you serve now? How would you encourage people of color to not only think about the assessment, accountability, and equity that we hold together in the education space, but that outer layer that manages how that money comes to them? What do we need to do on that side? And that's loaded, I'm sorry.
So you mentioned at the onset that you had to acknowledge our privilege in this room to be able to be here. And I think we have to bring those that are not into our spaces. So for example, I started a small group in Madison Metropolitan School District in Madison, Wisconsin, of teachers, some of whom are of color, some of whom are not, right? But it's a policy workshop and teaching them how to advocate with their local, state, and federal policymakers. Why? Because that's something that someone taught me. And so I think to your point, we have to bring them into these privileged spaces.
I just want to continue that same line of thinking. I get a chance to work on the Hill every day in craft policy, right? And there's just not enough of us in the policy-making space at a federal level, state level, or local level. And just to go with Dr. White's point here, we've got to continue to bring us into the policy space and make light of these issues and train and retrain. We get lost often in the jargon, in the lexicon, and many times there are laws that are passed that we're not even brought to the table in the beginning stage. There's one of us at the table. And so if each of us in this room brings someone else to the table, whether or not we have to bring a folding chair, right, to the conversation or not, I literally think that we begin to change the narrative in that way. And so, Dr. Armstrong is sitting over here from Allies. We work together on an issue. If I see something, I'm gonna bring them to the table, right? If there's a bill coming up, I'm gonna do that. And we just don't do that enough. Like, we get in the hustle and bustle of our work and we forget to organize. If Ella Baker was here, she would say, organize, organize, organize. And we've just got to get back to that level of organization.
I think just one other thing to add. We crisscross the country, work with the Council of Great City Schools, and we have a governance division that's a part of the work that we do. So we support both school boards, superintendents, executive staff. Next week, as a matter of fact, I'm going to spend 3 days, the last 3 days a week in my weekend, working with the school board to really help. And what we're doing is transitioning those who are running for school board. So not just those who are on the school board, we work with them, but those who are running for school board. And we're actually taking them through a weekend workshop to say, if you don't believe in students, and if you don't believe in improving student outcomes for kids, you shouldn't be here. But essentially making sure they understand what good governance looks like, what it means to provide good governance to a school district, and what their responsibility is to the community. Because the community owns our school districts. It's not the superintendent, it's not the school board. Our communities own the school districts. But the school board represents the community. So what does that mean? What does that look like? And how do you make sure you're playing your role in making sure that student outcomes improve? So we're crisscrossing the country to send that message, to share that. But it's making sure, as you shared earlier, if I'm running for school board, I'm running for school board because I really care about kids,
not because you want to run for school
not where I'm
board.
going to go next.
Thank you so much. And I also just want to, as you do that work, NACSA, the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, has their With Communities work. So centering communities and thinking about how authorizers can think about that differently. I would say take a look at that just to overlap how we're thinking about shifting that side of the work and how that could be helpful in the traditional public side. Thank you.
We have one last question. Is it the one or two? There's two last questions.
Thank you. Sharif El-Mekki at the Center for Black Educator Development. Like everything y'all said, resonated deeply, particularly with HBCUs, the work that you said about youth. We have paid teacher apprentices, high school and college, and the opposite of summer slide, what they see, using the Freedom School model, these teacher apprentices are getting gains. One of the things I'm curious about is, and I'm glad you brought up the university educator prep programming. Like, how do we apply pressure? We're talking a lot of accountability, and again, this holistic approach and policymakers and K-12. People are paying tens of thousands of dollars in 4 to 6 years being prepared, and there's very few other industries or spaces where you can come out and most of the people say, I'm not prepared. And then time and time again, every study, most teachers are coming out and saying they're unprepared. And the group that we don't talk about enough are principals. So we talk about the 3.7 whatever million teachers. The public school principals in this country can all fit in Penn State's football stadiums. And if we can't get 107,000, right, how do we get almost 4 million, right? So I'm really curious, like, how do you all think about the application of accountability and improvement to educator prep program? Again, not just teachers, but educator prep programs. I saw Jose Wilson over here somewhere, right? Like, should he be working with methods? And I'm not trying to give him more work. He's already busy, but okay. He probably knew I was about to, the reward for good work is more work, as they say at Freedom School, right? But like, how do we make sure that there's more connection? Just like 80% of public school teachers are white, probably very similar to educator prep professors. Some of them who've never taught in the schools that we teach in, but they're telling people this is how you teach. So how, that's a misalignment that will forever undermine all the other work.
Yeah, Sharif, I really appreciate you bringing this to light. I'll tell you one thing that's happening to really understand the size of this issue is a couple of us just requested the Governmental Accountability Office to tell us what is the diversity of the School of Education across the country. So GAO will be coming out with a report that can tell you what the diversity of that looks like. I think the second part of this is we have something called CAPE standards, right? And it talks about program impact. And we don't see enough School of Educations closed for not doing good work. And I know it's a lot for me to say that. I sit in a School of Education, and at AU, an American University, we've made a real commitment to anti-racism at AU in our work. And it's not just something that we say in word, we actually do it in practice. I'm able to sit here as a professor and talk about centering whiteness because I know I ain't gonna get fired tomorrow. Because of the cover that I have, because of the commitment that we've made. So I want to acknowledge the privilege I have in being able to do that in this space. But I think when we talk about teacher preparation and leader preparation, we got to woefully shift our accepted wisdom about what that actually looks like. When I was at the Department of Education in Mississippi, you know this, we built a teacher residency program to really run in competition to our School of Ed. We said, if you're not going to train Black and brown teachers to go in schools, we'll stand up our own, right? And then we said, oh, we don't want to just stand it up independently. We'll do it in conjunction with you, and then we'll tell you you can't get these dollars unless 70% of your candidates are candidates of color. Then we'll pay for them to be able to go. So I think that we've got to build those types of public-private partnerships, if you will, like we did with the Kellogg Foundation, to be able to retrain teachers and train new teachers to be able to do the work. In terms of leader preparation, we have some programs like New Leaders across the country that are doing a really good job in doing this. We've really got to push the envelope on state policy leaders to really rethink who gets the authority to train principals. Because right now, we've said only schools of education get to do that. And so let's take capitalism. You all say it works. And so let's create a market and allow opportunity for other people to retrain principals to be able to go in schools and do this really good work. And so I think we've just got to, use CAPE standards and close schools of education when they're not getting the job done. They have standards that literally say you have to be able to measure the impact of candidates when they graduate. 2, I think we've got to do a better job of creating models that could run in opposition to schools of education until they get it right. I mean, AU, we just brought in a teacher residency program, and we have an undergraduate teacher education program. So I think we have tremendous work to do there, and we have to hold systems accountable at the policy level to be able to do that, because law dictates who has authority over a license. And right now, that's purely schools of education. We've started to do this with teacher education. We've not done it with leader education yet. So I think that's a place to start, and I'll defer here to my colleagues.
I'm going to ask you in the interest of time. No. We have one final question.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Michael Watterson, Schott Foundation for Public Education. Real quick, I'm going to ask you to just get a little bit more granular. For parent and community organizations that are working with school leaders to rethink and reimagine early warning indicators and thinking about that connection to assessment and accountability, what would you advise, devoid of jargon and lexicon, what would you advise those parent and community leaders to do, to think about, to talk about when they're engaging with school leaders around rethinking early warning systems?
Can you clarify early warning?
Student success systems, early warning indicators, on-track systems, all those things.
When I think early, I was thinking something else, but yes, thank you.
But that's part of.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I think we have to remember that instead of a deficit perspective, our children come to us knowing a whole lot. And we need to center that when we bring parents and communities to the table, right? We are not, to your earlier point, we are not the gatekeepers of all knowledge. And so if we are going to bring parents and communities and local religious leaders, right, our churches, all of those things into our school spaces, we have to center the knowledge that they have and really be invested in listening to that knowledge and making the changes accordingly. I think to further answer your question, we have to open up space for them to do that, right, in our school day. And we need to also create spaces that are unconventional, what that might look like. For example, when I worked at Potter Elementary, we often had unconventional school conference days for parents that were working or parents that worked at night, right? So not only do we have to bring them to the table, we have to diversify the ways in which they show up, the times in which they show up, so that we can really begin to collect that anecdotal data that we need to make the kind of changes that we need to do.
I just got the wrap up sign. All right, and you want to climb over people? But you really want to ask the question. And I'm not, because you and I got history, I'm not going to stop you from asking the question, so please. Test anxiety. Yes.
One of the things that we talk about, and we share this as we go around the country, I talked about our governance work, is we talk about the fact that student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And that's one of the things we share across the country. It's not about the students, it's about the adults who are in that student's life, and it's not just your godson. But what message has your godson been receiving over and over and over and over and over and over for him to get to the third grade and say, I'm afraid of answering questions on a test? And so it's the adults that have been programming, not your family, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about teachers, I'm talking about principals, I'm talking about everyone. What we need to really think about is what we do to children when we say, again, I use the word I can't do math, or I can't read. We program in them over and over and over again that you can't do. And then I get to a test, and the only thing that's in my mind is that I can't do. And so I think from an adult standpoint, it's the adult behaviors and the little subliminal things that we do to children over and over and over years that really impacts what they do. And it's not until I have a teacher that changes that mindset for me, that helps me have a mindset of, no, I can do. And I embrace this test because I know I can be successful on it. I'm not worried about it because my teachers have taught me what I need to know. I can do the work. I'm not worried about it. One of the kids in the video even said it. One of the kids in the video said, no, I don't have a problem with standardized tests because it reflected what I learned in class. I was ready for it. I was prepared for it. I didn't have a problem with it. But again, it's making sure that we send that message to kids, and it's the adults that have sent that message who are in that child's life. And so student outcomes won't change until adult behaviors change to then impact the kids that they're working with.
I just want to ask something here for 30 seconds. So there was an organization in Mississippi called Mississippi First. We were trying to decide what to do with our state's accountability system. They created a study where they studied how much testing was actually happening in school districts. One of the things they found in school districts where testing was used as a celebration of learning, that the dynamics was completely different. Students felt completely differently. So I think, one, we've got to reframe testing to be like this celebration of learning. Like we're literally celebrating what you learned all year. But I think one thing that we have not paid enough attention to in this space is like the over-testing when it comes to progress monitoring and like formative assessments in schools. When I was an English teacher, we had a test every 3rd and 6th and 9 weeks from the district office that modeled the state test. And so that created a lot of anxiety. And so what this report found is across the state is that districts were over progress monitoring. They were over testing students at the 3rd, 6th, and 9-week mark. And this is literally contributing to anxiety with students. So as we endeavor to solve this assessment problem, we've also got to think about, to Sharif's question, how do we retrain district leaders to understand how their practices are contributing to students having lots of anxiety, to teachers actually being burned out. So I think the crux of this issue is we got to understand how much testing is actually happening in schools every day so that they can get ready for this summit of a test at the end of the year. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thank you.
So we're going to be moving into the civil rights portion in an explicit way, portion of our conversation today. And to do so, we're going to actually kick it off by hearing some remarks from a couple of very esteemed individuals. I want you to give a warm welcome to Eric Rodriguez, who's the Senior Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at UnidosUS.
I know I've heard many people appreciate what has gone into making this day happen, as well as the information that we're all getting, which is really just the start. There's a lot more to come, and as we mentioned, this kind of input is really, really good for us. At UnidosUS, I've been there almost 30 years. So I've been through some of the great battles on the education front, the other four-letter words, some of which have been mentioned, NCLB, dare I say it, ESSA, and other rounds of federal education reauthorization, which is so important. We simply cannot achieve the goal of systemic nationwide equity without a strong federal role. And there's a real opportunity for us every time a major battle comes up around reauthorization, and there will be some one day. And I think part of this exercise is to prepare ourselves, for that, given what we've seen and heard today and what we know from our own experience. First, as was mentioned earlier today, the NAEP scores of a week ago and what we've seen with respect to education loss in Black and brown communities, enormously disconcerting, right? We've got a big problem out there, and I know we're very worried about that and how we catch up and how we deal with that. Being front and center, what's the most effective way to do catch up in the time that we have, or we risk losing a whole generation. So I know that's of great concern to us. I know there's no question that, a lot of what you heard today, it rings true, right? This is a very complex and difficult set of issues. I find myself hearing a point being made and I'm like, yeah, you know what, I agree with that. And then a counterpoint being made and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of true too. So it all depends on what your perspective is and what level you're sitting at and what's been your experience. But the basic thing here is that there's a lot of perspective under this tent, right? There's so much richness in our experience. And what we know is that demographically the country is changing. By 2044, 14 states will be majority minority, right? And it's already happening in our schools, right? The time for change is now. And the time for us to be engaged and be working together toward that change is now, right? So this is our opportunity to start from the start so that the next battle that comes up, we're not co-opted or working towards someone else's agenda in the system, but our own. Right? This is our voice, this is our experience, and that's what we're trying to capture here with the hope that it will really lead to greater engagement going forward. You've heard a lot of it, right, today. People have mentioned organizing, right, the importance of action. My colleague often says the way you get change in the system is parents raising fists, right? When you see a parent engaged or an advocate there, day in and day out fighting, then things start to happen, right? If we looked at what some of the NAEP scores will tell us, parents were home. Many started paying attention to what their kids were doing. Many who could afford it and had the resources took steps, and their kids have benefited from that. But where those resources weren't there, we're seeing gaps grow, right? We're seeing it happen before our eyes. So more work needs to be done, and together is the way we're gonna do it. So our hope is that this is really the beginning, that these are increasingly issues that we can own, that we have to engage in at the federal level, at states and districts. And everyone has a little bit of something that's correct and right. We want to see change in classrooms, right? We want to see behavior change. And there's a way to do that, but we also need to hold the system accountable, right? And there's a role for both of those things to happen. At some point, as we enter the federal debate and politics take over, we're gonna have to make some decisions, right? This system, everyone seems to agree, is not working, right? One of the fundamental ways it's not working, as was mentioned earlier today, is that it's not controlling the allocation of resources. That's a huge problem, right? So something has to change. We all recognize that. I think the question for us is, where do we go from here? And what can we agree on? How can we work together? And in that process, it is going to be a process. We need to hear from everyone, right? We need to bring everyone along. And that's the way that we're going to win on this and other issues nationally. So, so my thanks again. My thanks to all of you. It's a great pleasure for us to host this conversation, to continue to work together with many of our colleagues toward change. I think I'm going to hand it off to you. Yes, good, thank you. But thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
So next up, I have the pleasure of introducing the president and CEO of the National Urban League, Mr. Mark Morial, who's going to give some opening remarks as well. Sorry about that, Joe. Some opening remarks as well before we get into the civil rights panel. So, Mark, please come on in.
Come on now. Good afternoon. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you, Eric. Give Eric a big round of applause. Thank you all very much. Let me do a few things. I want to thank the team at the National Urban League's Department of Programs Division of Education and Washington Bureau and the staff at UnidosUS for assembling, planning, orchestrating, organizing, and preparing this great conversation today. Let's give them a big warm round of applause. Dr. Hal Smith, thank you all very much. Let me also acknowledge all of the Urban League leaders from all across the country. You guys stand up. I'm so glad to see you all here to be a part of this conversation. Thank you for your leadership, your hard work, etc. I just want to take a few minutes to maybe offer a broad perspective on what we're doing today. We're playing offense. Say offense. Offense. The last several times that the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was reauthorized, we were responding to policy prescriptions and ideas written, defined, and orchestrated by others. And we were placed in many respects in a posture to react, offer thoughts, amendments, changes, negotiate, because others in rooms that were both smoke-filled and not smoke-filled planned and thought about, sometimes well-intended, yes, but many times in a vacuum, without the true advocates for children of color and poor children in the conversation at the beginning. At the beginning. And so by playing, this whole vision is to play offense, to have a dispassionate critique of what is right and what is wrong, what has worked and what has not worked over the last 20 to 25, but over the last 50 years, so that we can be best prepared with our own ideas, our own thinking, our own policy prescriptions about what the future holds. And that we have to have that mindset going into this. We can represent and speak for the children, the parents, the hopes, and the aspirations of our communities. And for too long, we've been the caboose on the public policy train. And we're going to be what? The engine on the public policy train. That's what this is about. That is what this is all about. And so in bringing all of us together, it has been to get a look at what experts have analyzed, but the most exciting next steps are going to be about creating guardrails, if you will, and principles to govern the discussion going forward. Now, I've long been like many, and I come to this not only as someone who proudly leads the National Urban League, but I'm a parent. I have a high school junior now. I have a son who's a junior in college. I have legions of nieces and nephews matriculating through all types of different schools in different places all across the country. And always think that in these discussions, we always have to center what is best for children. We have to continue to go back to that, but we have to think about what is best for children, not just in the instant moment, but what is best to help them accomplish, achieve, and fulfill the talent that they've been given and the aspirations that they have and that we have for them. And we've got to center that. Secondly, it's always been puzzling to me why assessment systems that have been used have not broadly assessed inputs into the system. One input is money. Money matters. Don't let any of these pencil pushers tell you money doesn't matter. Money matters. Money governs class size, computers, teacher compensation, quality of extracurriculars, whether schools are air conditioned or not. Money matters. Money matters. And we cannot allow ourselves to be bamboozled into throwing a shade over the historic long-term funding disparities in America's school systems. Differences from county to county within a given state, differences within a school district from school to school, difference within a city between school on this side of town and school on that side of town. So we have to broadly, when we talk about conditions, Brown v. Board and it related cases was about school bus transportation. Why did black children have to walk a long way and white children had a bus to go a shorter distance? One of the factual antecedents of segregation was to look at inputs. Teacher pay, black teachers made less than white teachers. It took lawsuits and litigation to change that. My mother was a plaintiff in one of those lawsuits a long time ago when she was a second grade teacher in the 50s and the 1960s. So in thinking about what goes forward, we need to think broadly about what a 21st century assessment system is. We have to have broad information because disparities can't be squishy. We have to be able to put our hands on true evidence and reasons. And the narrow focus, look, I'm always torn about these tests. I just told Michael Nettles back there, I still have, oh, no, I don't want to hear you right now, Biggie. I still have nightmares from taking the bar exam in the last century. That's how long ago it was. I mean, standardized tests, I'm torn about a standardized test, but understand the need to have assessment tools, but also to not have that over-reliance on single factors, in an assessment system. So we're going to get into this discussion a whole lot more, but I hope the inspiration and the direction that comes from this is we're going to play offense. We're going to be on offense in thinking, in designing, in constructing what we think is the best framework for a new Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Final thing, and I want to put this on everyone's mind because I'm concerned about it. Have you heard of the number 275 billion? Does that number make sense to you? That's the amount of supplemental dollars appropriated by the Congress in the various CARES, American Rescue Plan, and reconciliation bills. And I am concerned about what that money is being used for. And to some extent, because of the way authorizations are designed, a lot of this money went directly to states and governors. We got to throw some light and some accountability on that because there was more money appropriated for Title I than in the history of the United States in a single bill. Where is that money? Is it being used to address inequity? So my time is up, and I dropped the mic. Thank you.
All right, we have a couple other folks who are going to be joining us today on this final panel that's going to be comprised of civil rights leaders. So I want to invite them to the stage right now. So first we have these two mics near me. Atomic Science, he's already making his way up here. He's the president and general counsel for the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Welcome, sir. And finally, one of the first people here today, one of the first people I saw today, he's been patiently waiting, and I'm really excited to have him here as well, is Dr. Ivory Tolson, who's the Director of Education, Innovation, and Research at the NAACP. So as we did with the last panel, we're going to actually watch a short video first, and then we're going to have an opportunity to react to that video and then get into discussion, and then we're going to have an opportunity for the audience to once again generate some questions to bring back to the panel. So without further ado, we're going to go into our final video of the day.
Yes, a lot of them. I know a lot of my older friends, they was a part of programs that that is like guaranteed to pay for college and stuff like that, but because they haven't passed the test, all their work is like gone to void. I've seen a lot of older friends that are not as smart and stuff, but they have to continue to repeat tests in order for them to be able to graduate. And as well as my classmates among me that has to repeat tests in order for them to, even when they're interested into dual enrollment or early admission for college, they have to repeat tests because they're not able to pass it the first time.
A student should have to worry about, if I don't do good here, where will I end up? Because they start the testing at fairly young ages, like it's 3rd grade and like up and whatnot. So no, I don't feel like any 3rd graders should have to feel like if they don't pass this test, what will happen to me? Where will I end up? That's never a good feeling to have to go through for anyone, especially not those types of children.
So, all right, let's get going. So you had an opportunity to hear young people speak from their heart and their experience. And what I would actually like to do is, particularly as it relates to the first young lady, we can get to the second young man in a moment. She talks about this idea of having limiting opportunities for her and her peers. And I'm just interested in getting your reactions to that. Like, what it's like to hear a young person already able to articulate that as an experience. And so before we even kind of talk about anything beyond that, I'm curious how that lands for you just to hear that. And we'll start to my immediate left.
Yeah, well, it makes me angry, but I'm not surprised to hear it. And I had those same feelings. The first research study that I did, and I did it on my own, it was to investigate whether or not my low ACT score would create a barrier to me finishing Louisiana State University, which is where I went. Because my ACT score, when I got the scores back, they actually had it on there, and they probably don't do that now, but they had on my results my odds of finishing LSU in 4 years, and it was very, very low. So I went to college with that shadow, because that was a school that I selected for them to send my results to. And just luckily, I got a job in junior division during my freshman year, and my job was to stuff records in everyone's file. This was before, digital filing. And so I had to stuff the first year of college performance, which had on there their ACT scores all day into files. And every one that I looked at, I was looking for the ones with a low ACT scores like mine who did well in college. And it was that experience that helped me to overcome that stereotype threat that was given to me. So we really do have a huge problem with exposing students to this information. Even worse problem of exposing teachers to this information, which leads to their low expectations of the students. So just very happy to be here with the National Urban League, who is playing offense on this issue. Thank you.
So it was demoralizing. Demoralizing because what I saw as a student who unfortunately sees school as a place of limiting opportunity instead of as a place of promoting opportunity, which is what it should be for all students. And any student who has that perspective, that's a very serious indication of a problem in our system. And whether it's tests, or unfortunately, I think you could ask students about teachers, whether a teacher has prevented them from accessing an opportunity, whether it's extracurricular activities or a program or scholarship. And I fear that we would get from Black and brown students around the country a similar answer. And that is to say it's an indication that there is racial bias throughout our education system. And it's important for us to discuss, as the Urban League has brought us together today, about that phenomenon when it comes to assessment tests. But I think, as was raised by the last panel, we really have to see it in a broader context, that there are mechanisms where bias impedes opportunity still for too many students, and mechanisms, plural, multiple mechanisms that allow bias to impede opportunity and to instead turn public schools into places of limitation of opportunity. And that's not what public schools should be. So that's why my reaction to that was a real gut punch, because that's not what schools should be, but it epitomizes the broader problem where we have certain students who experience schools as places of limitation rather than opportunity.
Thank you. I wonder whether the comments, while directed at the test, are broader comments on the efficacy and what students are really learning, or what the student experience is all about. Because my opinion is we have to be really clear-eyed about this. Standardized tests were designed with the intent to remove the subjective bias of classroom individualized teacher grading. Now, it has not turned out that way, right? It has not turned out that way. But as a parent, I want to know how my child is doing, and I want some fair way to know how they are doing. And as a parent, I may not be sitting there thinking about disparities and standardized test bias. I'm thinking about, I just want to make sure my own child learns to read, write, count, think, analyze as to what they're supposed to do. The other horror of the past is a horror of how things used to work in southern school districts. So in the black school over here, the fifth graders were using third grade textbooks handed down from the white school over there. And so the disparities were camouflaged, because if you were using third grade lesson plans and books in fifth grade and the kids did well, you say, oh, kids are doing well, and didn't even know that they were being taught 2 years behind everyone else. So I offer these perceptions. I think we have to imagine, how do you balance all of this? I mean, the students, you know, sometimes I wonder if these perspectives are, and this is always a debate, too much work, too much homework, too many demands, ineffective teaching, no tutorials, no support, no preparation, right? Just throwing the kids into a situation. And I think when we think about this, I don't want us to just get hyper-focused on a single thing and believe if we remove it, that all will be better and all will be well. We have to center these conversations. So I think the young people, I become concerned not simply about whether young people have time for extracurriculars, but whether there's a system like you have in many school districts in America today where inner city schools do not have any quality extracurriculars. No school newspaper, no school band, no literary club, no poetry club, even scant athletics for boys and girls. So I want to offer that perspective that we evaluate, but we don't get fixated. Now, Tom will tell you, one of the things that in measuring disparities, right, we have to have ways to measure disparities that have some objective dynamic and some objective element to it. Otherwise, we have a difficult time demonstrating the inequity. But I think again, I said this up there, we have to think more, and this has always been camouflaged, about the broad set of inputs, so that an assessment is not only an assessment of a student, it's an assessment of a school. It's an assessment of a faculty. It's an assessment of leadership. It's an assessment of the school district, right? It's an assessment of the leadership. And too often, the children have been blamed and taken the heat and the brunt for the failures of grown folk. We got a grown folk problem, y'all. The problem of grown folk and what they're doing or not doing.
Yeah, I mean, look, I hate to say it, but I'm not here due to my test scores and, doing extremely well, and succeeding in school. It was other factors, things that, other ways that I could perform and show that I could do the work, that I could succeed academically in school. The question I have here is what happens next, right? So if she doesn't perform well, or her peers don't perform well, then what happens, right? We want to see improvement too, right? So we want to see a measurement, and then what happens next? How does the teacher respond? How does the school respond? Are we able to move people from one place to the other? I've opened up test books and looked at exams where I had no idea what they were talking about. And there's nothing worse than doing that and looking around you and seeing all your peers answering questions. Like they know the content and you don't, for some reason, right? That is a horrible, horrible feeling. So I think there's no question we've got a whole range of problems, right? But the key question here is what happens next, and how are our schools responding in some of the ways that we've mentioned, which is the test is one measure. There's other things that need to happen for kids to perform and succeed in schools. What are those other things? What are those other supports that they're getting?
I want to sort of do a little bit of a pivot, because this idea of playing offense it's intermixing in my mind with the fact that there are things happening in the courts and there are things happening within legislative processes that many will assert are actively designed to dismantle public education. So, Tom, you've already brought it to this idea, and it kind of made me think about it right away. It's like you use the sort of modifier public education, and it is the case that in many ways implicitly we're talking about the public education system, whether it's in out of school time or in school time. It's happening in buildings, it's happening in sort of the public space. So I'm curious about how, as either organizations individually or interrelatively, how do you see the playing offense interacting with this other thing that's happening around the sort of targeting of public education dollars, which could make an effort like this to really address accountability and accountability and assessment almost not moot, but it makes it almost like the effort, it can undermine that effort if there's a whole other thing happening over here to disrupt public education in the first place. So just the question is, like, how are you all thinking about that, addressing that? Where is the conversation relative to your organizations? You could start with anyone who feels like you could go with the time.
So I think the court system has obviously played a critical role when it comes to equity in education. Going back to Brown versus Board and and many, many cases following that, desegregation cases, as well as state law-based state constitution-based challenges to equity in education. And the courts can still play a certain role. I think Mark used the term guardrails. Courts provide good guardrails for some of the things that are happening today. Some of these things involving the curriculum and trying to restrict the curriculum, some of these things involving teachers and what it takes to be a teacher. The court system can be of help when it comes to those. But the bottom line problem is the court system cannot be your main system of accountability for equity in education. And the fact that for over 50 years, basically, we've relied on the court system as our main accountability mechanism is a major problem. I used to tell folks, if courts are your main mechanism of accountability, that is a system that needs to be overturned. Because as much as I believe in courts and that we have a role to play in these contemporary matters, you cannot rely on the court system, federal or state, to fix equity in education. We need a deeper solution. And the problem at bottom when we talk about accountability is that the theoretical accountability mechanism for equity in education is what? It's elected school boards. But they don't play that role because our mechanisms for selecting school board members don't produce an adequate accountability mechanism for equity in education. I served for 19 and a half years on an appointed county board of education. And in that role, I got to see who were on the elected school boards at the local level, et cetera. So I'm gonna throw out a scenario and see if it's familiar to you. You got 5 school board members elected. 2 of them, at least, have political ambitions that go well beyond the school board, right? They're laying the groundwork in what they're doing there to get to the state legislature or to the Congress and beyond, okay? 2 more of them are former school administrators, principals, teachers. And while they bring knowledge from that experience to the school board, they are at bottom, even if they are change agents, they have an entire career, 40 years, in a particular way of doing things. So even change agents with that perspective are gonna face some obstacles. So that's 4 of the 5. And the 5th, right? If it's an integrated school district, it's a parent who's pissed off about one thing. Too often that's some right-wing ideology-based objection to textbook or something else. And that's why that 5th school board member. Okay, does this ring true for you? Does that sound like a school board that's gonna make equity in education a priority? No. So the pillars that you all came to this meeting with are powerful, but they are equity focused. And we don't have the system today to implement those pillars. I go back to Common Core. What happened with Common Core? We all spent way too much time on Common Core. And it got into the political maelstrom and out the window. Okay? So I think when you talk about offense, we have to be talking about how to change that accountability mechanism. We've used the leverage of Title I funding through the ESEA and its various versions to leverage resources to basically work around school boards, the accountability mechanism that's in place. The problem is when you use those resources to get around the elected school board members, what do? They resist and resist and resist. We've got to find a way, in my view, to leverage those resources to directly change the accountability mechanism. Because the story I told about that school board is not universal. There are very functional, effective school districts. They tend not to be in school districts where equity is a major issue, right? They tend to be in suburban, white school districts, smaller, where those 5 school board members are all parents of kids in the schools. If you're lucky, they're spread throughout that small district. But the problem comes where we have integrated districts with significant Black and brown populations, where there is a mismatch between what's going on in the white suburb on that school board and what's going on in that urban integrated school district and who's getting elected to the board. So we, in my view, to use your analogy about the train, yeah, I want to be the engine, but what I'm talking about here is I want to be the one laying the tracks, because they got to move from where those tracks are taking us, no matter who's the engineer. And that means trying to leverage those resources to get to an accountability mechanism at a local level, the school board, that is better, has better capacity to truly introduce accountability for equity in education, putting equity first, because that's what we've heard all along. The pillars are built around equity first. The goals, the priorities should be equity first. We're not going to get that with the current accountability mechanism in place.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, so it was a very good question. And to me, offense is about defining the era. And President Mark said that this isn't just about removing the test. It's about reimagining what the system could and should look like. There's been 3 major eras of education, in my opinion, in my expert opinion. So we have the segregation era. That's what started. We started in this period of segregation. Brown versus Board of Education defined a new era of education, which was the desegregation era. That era was defined by busing. It was defined by examining the racial demographics of a school and rating the school based on that. This is where we first began to see testing being used in schools. There was a lawsuit that happened in 1977 where a group of Black psychologists teamed up with a civil rights lawyer and got the state of California to eliminate the use of IQ testing for Black students to go for the purposes of special ed. Now, just recently, a Black mother contacted the NAACP because someone used that same law to say that they could not test her son to get into a gifted program and was eliminating the son from that. So we see this misuse of that. But testing was used quite frequently in the desegregation era for de facto segregation. So it was to eliminate Black students from certain opportunities and place them in less desirable opportunities, and to create segregation within the system, either within the school system or within the school. The third era is the era that we're in right now, and that's the reform era. No Child Left Behind helped to define the reform era, but the reform era started probably about 10 years before No Child Left Behind. But it was a definition of that era. It's an era where we decided that desegregation was no longer the goal. So we accepted the fact that schools would be segregated by de facto segregation. And we got a lot of the language that we're using right now in terms of standards. So if we could just bring your school up to a certain standard, it doesn't matter the racial demographics of that school. And a lot of people bought into that. So the reform era, the era that we're in right now, has been going on for about 30 years. Anytime I go and talk to people affiliated with the school, whether they're a parent, a student, or a teacher, or a school administrator, when I ask them, is it time for a new era? Has the reform era outlived its usefulness? There is a unanimous yes. Everyone is done with reform. Everyone is looking for the post-reform era. But what does the post-reform era looks like? And that's what Hal was talking about earlier, getting ahead of it to try to define the era and try to define it in such a way that test and assessment isn't used as a tool of oppression as it has in the last 2 eras including the one that we're in right now. So as we look at the post-reform era, we have to look at how we use technology. You know, we still are training teachers to mimic computers when every teacher has a computer in their pocket and in their classrooms right now. So maybe teachers that have the best ability to memorize a whole lot of information for them to recite later, maybe that's past its usefulness because everyone has a computer, so maybe we should reprioritize things like compassion and understanding of other cultures. Decentralization with technology, you know, like with blockchain technology, all of those types of things, these are things that are emerging right now. Bitcoin came because people became suspicious of the central bank. We have central offices in education that people are suspicious of. And we can have distributed technologies in order to bring more power to the educators that's closest to the students and decentralize some of the things that we are imposing on schools. So it's a lot of things that we can imagine when we enter this new era, but we really do have to define the era and move past the reform era that's really been dragging us down for a while.
Amen. To both, so to add to this conversation, and this has been sort of present in the debate, we, you know, our conversation here is about, quote unquote, the education system, the institution, the governmental institution of free public instruction, which is the foundation of it, which is a creature of the early 20th century. When, in many respects, we have to be talking about children, and the education system is simply one component of how they are reared or developed. The other component is the neighborhood, the home, the family, the conditions, the situation, the quality of housing, whether mom or grandmom or dad or uncle have a job, or gainful employment or meaningful employment or living wage employment. And so to some extent, assessment systems also need to take into account where kids are when they start. Where are they? The conditions of the neighborhood that they live in. I was, when I served as mayor of New Orleans, I made it a practice to try to visit one school per week. Go speak to the children. Elementary schools, high schools, middle schools. I want to go in there and be in there 45 minutes to an hour and out. So I was at a school one time, and of course I met the principal. She said, okay, we're gonna go and I'm taking you to 2 classrooms and we're gonna go to an assembly. She says, but wait, I have a group of people here I have to see. I said, oh, you have some parents? She said, no, those are not parents. Those are the people in this neighborhood who are homeless. She said, they come to this school because this is the only, quote, institution in this neighborhood that's open, that has lights, that has people. She says, so you see, I'm doubling, tripling as a social worker. Mm-hmm. So I've got to have a Rolodex of references, agencies, people, but also the awareness when someone comes in to understand where they are. And then I'm dealing with folks I'm dealing with some who have children in the school, but I'm dealing with a whole lot who do not have children in the school. That's just a lesson to what the modern school is in many urban communities. It's not just a nice little red schoolhouse. It is dealing with, it is administering to, it is serving the broader community. So I think we have to, in an assessment system, also evaluate the situation, the conditions that children and their families are addressing, because in many respects, some of the most effective interventions are interventions that go to the family, that go to the parents, that go to the condition of the housing. And we cannot have our mind, school is not, you don't kind of just send, your rumpled child to school and like it's a machine, and you put them in, and then they come out on the other side perfect. It's a dynamic process that involves family and community and after-school programs or faith-based experiences or whatever the community is. Everything that the child experiences. I'm on a personal, campaign now, and I want to really, really elevate this issue to bring back a full-body, well-funded, comprehensive summer jobs program. Why can't we put millions of teenagers to work, not just in a fast food place, no problem with that, not just doing retail jobs, no problem with that, but experiences in nonprofits, in government, in businesses, in offices where they can learn and have career exploration. So we wonder why our children and our young teenagers are idle and bored and attracted to sometimes the wrong things because we haven't invested to give them something. The mom and dad got connections and money, will hook their kids up. The mom and dad that doesn't have connections does require, and we should feel obligated to do it to provide an experience for our children. So this means that while this conversation is about assessment and accountability, I do also think we need to think broadly, about the experiences, and it's, the terminology may be social and emotional health, right? But what does that mean? And, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we got to break that stuff down, because sometimes when you're talking to people and they hear all these highfalutin terminology, they say yay, they shaking their head, they don't know what you're saying. They don't understand what you're talking about. So let me tell you what I'm talking about. This is what I mean. This is what we're talking about. And let me tell you, you got to do that with about 50% of these politicians. I know I come from that world.
Well, just a couple of things and observations. I mean, just as I think, the era of reform started 10 years before NCLB, I think the era of post-reform started 7 years ago with the passage of ESSA, which I think was a real capitulation of the federal role. This is why the thing that people can understand, the $275 billion that we just sent to the states with very few strings attached on how the state should spend that money. Now Democrats and Republicans agree. Decentralize, give it all to the states, and trust that they're going to do the right thing. Now, how are we supposed to advance equity in light of that? I think it's just a real challenge, the environment we're in. But one thing that is very clear is that, again, demographically, we are changing as a country. It is happening first in our schools, right? And Tom's right? The school boards, the places of power, those are places where our parents need to be. Right now, and our stakeholders, right? Right now, parents are wondering, what is happening to my kid? What is happening to my kid? I have 2 kids in school, and I have to wonder, what is going on in the classroom? How will they catch up to the learning loss we've just experienced over the last couple of years? And we're seeing it in other, places, whether it's, on the negative side, CRT or other things that are coming up, where parents are saying, what are you teaching my kids? And they're getting organized and they're speaking out. We need our parents to be asking some real hard questions and to be in those places where we can influence. That is the future. We are a part of shaping the future of this country, and it starts in the schools.
So I just want to emphasize what Eric just said. We have to keep in mind, no matter what we do, that schools are dynamic. So whoever's in school today is going to be different 10 years from now. And we have to come up with a system, in my view, centralizing an accountability mechanism that adapts to a dynamic change in schools, because who is in schools look different 10 years ago than they do today.
You know, we're going to be pivoting towards some questions in a moment, but I do have a sort of like a bottom line question I want to ask you all. And so part of what was the invitation for the four of you to be here was really to ground this conversation in sort of a real civil rights leadership perspective. So to that end, you know, when you think about a system that we could design, which would include assessment, because I think overall what we've heard by and large is that there is a role to play from a lot of folks in this room. But what are some of the non-negotiable features of such an assessment system, or systems, if you will, that would ensure equity, ensure quality, and ensure access, which you could argue is a feature of equity? But what are some of, if it is the case that we're going to continue to have a place and a role for assessments in a formal sense to continue to participate and be featured in our education, in the educational lives of young people, what are the non-negotiable features that you all would want to lift up and name that are in line with the civil rights perspective?
So I'm going to answer it this way. You know, when you get down to the end of the game, you get a tough question, you call a timeout. Then you go talk to your experts over at the table. I got to go talk. Honestly, before I would want to answer that question in all fairness, I would think that we want to imagine what a design looks like so we can always negotiate from a position of strength. I couldn't easily answer what is the most, because I usually like to start a negotiation by saying everything is non-negotiable. Take a hard line at the beginning. But you know, all I'll say is the North Star here is to eliminate what we've known as educational and academic disparities, but to build a system that's equitable, which means it's designed to produce equal outcomes, right? Equity is a process. What's the outcome we want to produce? You know, I couldn't posit, you guys may have better thoughts on this, what would be the non-negotiable features? Because I think I'm excited about the next phase of this process, where there's going to be a chance to do some imagination and throw some ideas up and throw some options up. And we have to think about what we can come to a consensus of. There's going to be, what do we think is politically palatable or feasible? But we'll have an opportunity to enter this conversation. And as Dr. Ivory's talked about and Eric's talked, what's this next phase? And how do we define it? So I would absolutely need this timeout to go over and get the play from the sidelines.
Love the humility, right? That's why you got the expert crack team over. That's why you got the great team.
I'll call an audible, though. I'll call an audible, and I'll just, I think it's 2022. To me, what's non-negotiable from the civil rights perspective is that our assessment systems, test plus other assessments of what's going on in the school system, have to use the best, most modern, most current thinking, knowledge, science about eliminating bias, including implicit bias, systemic bias, subconscious bias. So when it comes to the test, that means not just the design issues that were highlighted in the focus groups and are part of the pillars, it also means ensuring that there's no inequity in administration of any test. And that means making sure that kids are not taking on the same day, one in an air-conditioned classroom and the other in a non-air-conditioned classroom in a hot June day or something like that. Administration and also in scoring. I mean, that's, if we move to assessments that use things like AI, and we heard a robust discussion of that in the Fireside chat, we've got to make sure that the end scoring of any assessment also uses the best available science on eliminating all potential bias. To me, that's just non-negotiable. We have to be starting from a position of it's 2022, not 15 years ago.
Yeah, so just to piggyback off of that, every school district and every school seems to have bias. I haven't evaluated one that doesn't have it. If you go to the Civil Rights Data Collection, and anyone can pull out their smartphone, Google Civil Rights Data Collection, and search any public school in the nation, it will give you the percent of students who get suspended, who gets opportunities like algebra in the 8th grade, gifted and talented. It gives all of that by race. And I haven't seen a school or school district where the percent of Black children who are being suspended, it does not exceed the percent of Black children in their district. So nationwide. Now, even though we have all of this information, very few people use it or even know it exists. We have schools that can just welcome in all of these parents of color and talk about all the great things that they're doing, but they have these racial biases, but they don't have the obligation, the mandate to reveal these racial biases to the students and their families. And I think one of the things where we need to shift is we focus too much on the relationship between the school and the school district. We need to focus on the relationship between the school and the families and the community. That's a shift that needs to happen.
Yeah, look, I agree, and I think your play caller would agree with this. Look, some of it is in the title, right? There are very, very powerful constituencies that will be a part of making policy and continue to make policy. We got to be at the table, right? We need to be bringing our authentic perspective to these important debates today, right? That has to be a bottom line criteria, right? Is our engagement in the conversation. And that includes parents and our parents and finding different ways to reach out, connect, and bring that voice and perspective to the table. We've got work to do to find ourselves there. There's no question we've got a lot to do. I think that the issue around bias is that it is a weakness. Going into another round of federal engagement without addressing in some way the fact that people instinctively believe that tests, and they are biased, and that they hurt students is a problem. Now, if we want to retain or make something better about that system, and we do, we have to address that head on. We cannot continue to avoid it. And it is a weakness that will be taken advantage of by those who would prefer not to have any accountability in our system. And I don't think any of us want to see that. So we have to find a way to address that because it's a real challenge for us. And then we have to address professional development and diversity in our teacher corps and in our administrators. That has to be something that we can invest in, double down on. People have talked about the schools, the HSIs or the HBCUs that could all play important roles. No question about it, right? There's no reason why we can't be fighting collaboratively for more of that. That's going to be so important to the future of our system. So I think there are some things that we can clearly see. I wouldn't say bottom lines, right? We're going into it, making sure that we have our options open in some of these bigger debates. But it's going to be important for us to address some of these critical core issues if we're going to end up advancing equity on the back end.
Thank you. I want to open it up. It's been great all day. Just give it up. I mean, you've been amazing. I mean, it's a whole day long. I've been the Q&A, the timing. Thank you. All right, so we do have some time. We do have some time for some Q&A. 2 questions. There's a reception afterwards, and I'm sure you can ask lots of questions there. So we do have time for a couple of questions, and we'd love to have some folks who feel compelled to be part of it. Is that happening? Right? Okay, there we go. We have 2 right there.
Good afternoon. I come from a bunch of different perspectives. In the capacity I am here, I am the Community Engagement Specialist for BERT, which stands for Black Education Research Center at Teachers College at Columbia University. And I am also a doctoral student at American University. As a grassroots organizer, what I understand and believe to be fact is that unless you have the voice of the community, you don't have equity, you don't have accountability. Until we get to a place to realize that education starts in the community It starts where we must not be dismissive when our parents don't speak the way we want them to speak, when our children don't speak the way we want them to speak. And then to carry on, we talk about our children being educated, and we dismiss the fact that our children go home with the lack of education and attempt to educate their parents. So you have a lot of different barriers. So again, passion speaks of itself. The reality of it, we must identify with internalized racial oppression that continues to embark upon our communities. And again, we have the right language, but when are we going to take the language and put it in action? I challenge all of you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know for sure, I come from this from the lens of a parent, being a parent leader for 30 years. I know for sure if equity is not in the process, it definitely is not going to be an outcome. I know that for sure. But something you said, President Muriel, resonates with me. My concern is that we're talking to each other, but we're not communicating. And if we don't come up with a communication system where we're really hearing each other's voice, I'm not talking about just hearing, but actually listening in a way that we can understand. I think I've heard all the right stuff today, but the issue is I know it doesn't communicate down to the parent level. I know it doesn't reflect a parent perspective in a lot of ways. And if we can't come up with a communication system to get it to where we can all understand it, because we all want the same thing, we all want the same outcomes, but we can't communicate with each other effectively to get to that outcome. So my question is, where do we have a thought process on how we effectively communicate with each other?
I've always wondered what would be required. One of the things we need in what we're talking about here, which is really to launch an effort and a movement, is how do we build a community organizing component to this, which gives us an opportunity to build real understanding and have a two-way conversation at the parent and grassroots level. And it's the parents, but it's broader than that, because you have to get to what I call taxpayers and citizens who vote. And some of them may no longer be parents of school-age children. Some of them may never be parents of school-age children for whatever the reason. So how can we have an ongoing, and this is another instance where the old model, which sort of parent-teacher associations, which sort of works in some places, doesn't work in others, may be a broken model, because parents may say, I'm not going to any meeting. First of all, I don't have time. Second, I don't have the appetite for a debate. But I do have an opinion, and I'd like to be heard, but I'm not going to do it in that forum. So we have to, I think, apropos to what you think, how do we build into this? And it seems like schools and school districts, well, really schools, have to build better mechanisms to create conversations and inputs with parents to get them much more engaged in this process. And we have, there's nothing that makes you more tense and nervous as a parent than the condition of your children. I went to school opening night, met with all these teachers, realized that even these classes at the junior level are way above my head, human anatomy and human physiology. My goodness, I looked at the textbook, I closed it right quick. But how do you, it can't be that the parent is expected to be conversant on and an expert on the subjects that their children take. But there's a role for the parent in the conversation. And so we haven't built a new mechanism for parental engagement that's scalable, right? The old method, the PTA, does not necessarily work. I'm not going to say anywhere. It doesn't work in most places, and it struggles in inner city districts where parents work. I'll just tell a story. I was at the elementary school that my younger children went through a pretty significant demographic shift while they were there. When my son was in first grade, he was the only black boy in the class. When my daughter graduated from 8th grade, there was only one white student in the class, same school. And I remember talking to one of the mothers who said to me, you know, this is a mother who happened to not be a person of color, said, you know, the parents are not as involved as they are. And I said, a lot of these moms work. She said, you know, you're right. She says, and she sort of said, how stupid of me not to realize that. She says, I don't have to work, I'm gonna stay at home. I said, they work. So they really can't come here at 4 o'clock in the evening or 5 o'clock in the evening. And at 6 o'clock in the evening, they're busy trying to keep things together at home. I said, so this is not a lack of interest. It's the reality of what the working mother or the working parents have to indeed deal with. And so any system that is about parental engagement or community engagement has to be cognizant of those realities, I'll say. And you know, Zoom gives you, technology gives you, if parents are connected, some new opportunities as well.
So I just, at Waldorf, we believe greatly in parent involvement. We run for 35 years a parent-school partnership program to basically give education to parents about how to be involved, not just in their own child's education, but in the education of the community. But I have come to the conclusion that we have to change the power dynamic. We can do all the organizing on the planet, but the power dynamic is not on the parent side in the school districts we're talking about. When I was talking about changing the accountability mechanism of school boards, that's what I mean. So imagine if a part of the reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was the federal government coming up with a parent involvement index for every school district in the country. And you can think in your mind what would be in that index. Are there parents on the school board? Grandparents on the school board? Is the median income of school board members at the median of the school district as a whole? You can think of other mechanisms. And we've set up mechanisms in the past, you all know about this. You set up parent advisory councils, state and federal level. What happens? Good principals use them well, bad principals go cherry pick the parents they want, and those are the parents who are gonna basically agree to whatever the principal wants in that school. So that's not enough. Imagine a parent involvement index that would actually measure school district by school district. How much are parents in power in that school district? And I mean all parents. Parents who are not citizens, not voters, parents who don't speak English, parents who are working so much that they don't have the time, they don't have the income to invest in an election of a school board member. You can set up an index, and the federal government made that a part of leveraging the resources of Title I. You'd start to see a change. That's what I mean. The power dynamic has to be shifted from the institutional side for the organizing, which is terrific work, to actually have an enduring impact in my view.
That was wonderful. I want to say to the four of you, thank you so much for being patient throughout the day, just being here. And I know you've had a chance to take in a lot of incredible, important insights. I want to thank this audience, and we're going to have some closing remarks by the gentleman who opened this up today, but I just want to offer just real gratitude to everybody who's taken the time to be part of this conversation. In true sort of facilitator form, I have a couple of just takeaways that I want to just report back to this group that I'm taking away from this space, which are just, they're 10, right? And they're not in any way comprehensive, but I've heard here in all these conversations, and some of the highlights were this idea of reprioritizing what we care about from a learning perspective. I've heard that we need to shift who's at the center of our systems. We need to expand and particularize accountability across our systems, including districts, policymakers, states, elected officials, and even teacher training programs and beyond. We want to be able to responsibly and ethically tap into innovations and technologies that could support learning. We want to check our adultism and our adult tendencies as it relates to how we communicate to young people relative to assessments. Rethink who is an educator, like who actually is an educator in the lives of young people. We want to expand what school assessments look like, because there's an opportunity for us to think more broadly about school assessments. Invest in HBCUs, HSIs, invest in the diversification of educators, and also invest in organizing. And finally, play offense. So I want to leave us with that and say thank you on behalf of my team, my DAX-Dev team, and just being here as a part of the community, as a moderator today. I really enjoyed the opportunity to just be in these conversations and learn from all of you. And I hope everybody just gives them a round of applause. Thank you so much, all of you gentlemen. You can leave the mics where they are. We'll take care of all of that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'm going to call Hal Smith back up to close us out for the day.
Thank you very much. And I want to give a special thank you to the various teams that helped pull this together. Our facilitation team, our research team, the teams at Unidos and the National Urban League, the production staff, the caterers, the folks here at this building. As we always do, we thank those that are invisible to the stage, but are very, very necessary for us to accomplish what we want. I want to really thank our facilitator for a yeoman's job, 5 hours, no joke. No joke at all. We have come to the conclusion of today's convening. We have all of the materials will be available on our websites, our respective websites. We also have, for those of you who are in the room, takeaways, available in the reception area with the QR code that will link you to these materials once available. We think they'll be available sometime later this week, certainly by the top of next week. I want to also thank our philanthropic partners. Those at the Hewlett Foundation, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, and the Walton Family Foundation, not just for their generosity, but for their flexibility, because we explained what we hoped we wanted to accomplish. They had great faith in us. I think they had a lot of questions. We aren't finished. We're just finished with this phase. So I want to invite everyone to the tables that we're able to create in the next phase. I know many of you have standing working groups and subcommittees and committees focused on assessment and accountability. We welcome those folks to our table, and we humbly accept invitations to yours. So with that, I will say thank you, good evening, and we'll see you in the next conversation. Thank you.